Hello. Shit. I don't think I did this right. Has it really been that long? Hey, Anushay. What's up? Can you hear me? I don't know if I did this right. Let me see. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hey, what's happening?
We're live.
Live. How you been?
Recovering. How
Rough
about you?
time in Vegas?
What?
Rough time in Vegas?
No, it wasn't a rough time. It was fun and everything, but I'm just really tired from the work week of this week. Lots of fun stuff. Lots of fun stuff. Did you see what went down last night?
No.
So I could say this because you know most of all out of anyone that I believe that the treasure hunt and the treasure was just a way to get attention for him to really build an audience to tell his story when the time's right. But aside from that, allegedly, did you know that the whole reason why Jack, or whoever the hell you want to call him, was obsessed with the New Mexico interview was allegedly in the interview video. There's a post-it note, a forest login information. This is indulgence and the zip code for West Yellowstone, and that was the login for the newspaper articles that he would go into. And apparently, that person allegedly logged into it, found a scrubbed article that talked exactly about where he wanted to die at 9 Mile, allegedly. And that is how he was able to zoom in and do shit.
Keyword I heard, allegedly.
Allegedly. But see, this is the thing. I don't care about Jack. I don't care about the treasure because I know that's not the reason he did it. But
Right.
I still find it fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what else is there to talk about besides hypothesis and theories and allegedlys? And I mean, that's where we're at. It's kind of fun. Yeah.
No, I don't buy it, Ben. Again, I think that the treasure did not count, and people thinking that like the reason this old man did what he did was because of gold. It wasn't. Honestly, it was, in my opinion, to tell Skippy's story about what happened, who did it to him, why he was holding himself responsible, things like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, think about this. It's been almost 4 years. The treasure's gone, and yet people are still here. That
yep.
doesn't that give credence to the answer itself?
No, it does. Trust me. I'm just like talking about all the stuff that's been floating around lately. And I
Yeah.
find it interesting because, like, okay, think about this. Let's go down this little fun rabbit hole for shits and giggles, okay? If Jack had Fenn's logins for the articles, right? Why did he need to stalk Marty? And if he did stalk Marty, why did he switch all of a sudden over to Beaver Creek, Montana, when he had an article allegedly that said point blank, I want to die at 9 Mile Hole? Why would you go from seeking out 9 Mile Hole and then transfer over to Beaver Creek out of nowhere? Isn't that
And
weird?
let's add on to that. Why did he grid search for 25 days then?
Exactly. Exactly. So, you know what I think this really is? I think it's controversy. I feel the more controversial, the more people, right? And I think that is the main goal Fen wants with all of this is to make it as controversial as possible to get everybody to listen. Hear me all and listen good. He wants his story to be told, and it's not about going out into the Rockies and hiding a box of gold. No, that is the lure. He literally even said it's the lure, the thrill of the chase, things like that. It's attention. You need attention, especially when you have government and other big scary entities telling you all the way back in the 80s, fuck around and find out. You're not going to be able to say the story. We're going to sue you $100 million or whatever the hell you want to call it. You know, your life could be in danger. Your family's life can be in danger. So what does he do? He burns the books aside from three. But does he give up? No. He does the intelligent thing like he would always do. He's a maverick. He's channeling his inner Nostradamus. He knows reading between the lines. So he puts out a treasure hunt. He says, "Hey, I challenge you to go look for this treasure in the Rockies somewhere. Here's 9 clues. Here's a story about my life." But what's the whole premise of TTOTC Street? The first thing he introduces us to is important literature. And what is the story of important literature foretell? Oh, I don't know. He compares himself to Holden Caulfield. And Holden Caulfield was not the same after the death of his family member. Hmm. And what do we learn later on in TTOTC Street? That he also lost a family member. So it's very fitting for him to say that he relates very much so to Holden because both of them lost a family member and they were never the same again. And then, even more so, what happened? Allegedly, TTOTC was actually going to be titled The Rise Sequel. So when you have that information saying, I identify and relate the most to Holden Caulfield, a imaginary fictional character written by J.D. Salinger. He makes a lot of, attention to all of that. And then on top of that, he goes on to say he was never the same again after his brother died. Okay, well then color me fucking curious, but wouldn't you say that's the main premise of what he's trying to get out there? The rest is
Yeah,
just filler. Like, yeah, we get to hear a story. Yeah, we get to go on a journey. He inspires others 100%. But what's the main reason? What is the most profound thing he'll ever do? Tell the story. Tell the story. And the story has so many layers.
yeah. Well, 99% of all endeavors in life is driven by ego. And that's where we are. I mean, like you said earlier, bringing a group of people together, like-minded adventurers, we'll call ourselves, seeking
Yeah.
answers, seeking the unknown. Ego plays a big role in it. And look, we're 4 years, almost 4 years into ego was a hell of a play pre-find. Post-find, it doubled down. Ego is, you got to break down that ego to find answers. You really do, in my opinion. Like I said,
Yeah.
99% of all endeavors is ego.
Well, so you know what I was doing the other night? So I was on the phone talking to Ashley as per usual, and we're going down little fun rabbit holes. And you know what clicked in my mind that hasn't actually ever clicked before, and I don't know how or why? Okay, Fen died on September 6th, right?
Seventh?
No, it was the 6th.
Was it the sixth?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he died on September 6th. You know who else died on September 6th?
Who?
George Frison. It's Frison, Frison. I think it's Frison. Frison? George Frison. Frison. Frison? Frison. I don't fucking know how to say it. He just died, okay?
Yeah. They were friends too, weren't they?
They weren't just friends. They were heavily associated with the same rabbit hole.
Colleagues then.
Colleagues, yes, but do you want to know what rabbit hole they were associated in?
What?
The Grolier Codex.
And we're right back to Mexico.
Always. Always.
Do you have your passport updated?
I do actually. I do. I've got many trips planned this year. I don't know about Mexico though. I heard some crazy wild shit lately, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to poke around there.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty dangerous, especially
It
for
is.
a female American. Yeah, that's danger ground, man.
Wait, I'm chilling and listening. Ben, why are you creeping? Just join the conversation. Do you see Ben in chat?
I don't have no, I don't have a pat tablet or anything up. I just
You
think
don't know
it's
how to.
interesting of the the post find error.
Okay.
Ego, I mean, you've been around long enough. Pre-find ego was everywhere. Oh, I'm got it this year. Oh, I found this. Which is natural. I'm not beating anybody. That's, we're humans. That's what we do. That's what drives us in life is our freaking ego. But post-find, it has gone off the fucking chains because there's no answer. So I keep going back to it. The chest is gone. Everybody, oh, I don't know why you're still here. And yet these people are saying that while they're in a chat, watching a show or commenting on a video. What the hell are you still doing here? Same reason I am. It's the answer. That was the most important thing.
Huh.
So it goes back to what you and I've talked about for years. Yeah, it all goes back to Mexico and the answer they found that led them to New Mexico. And here's another thing. I don't know how many times I got to clarify this. I'm not saying the treasure chest was in San Lazaro. I've never once said that. No, I'm saying he found something there.
Who's saying that the chest was at San Lazaro aside from Kyle Sandow?
No, every time I bring up, um, pe people have every time I mention San Lazaro, they're like, ah, street thinks the chest was hidden. The chest was never, the chest wasn't the point of all this.
Well, I mean, the motif is part of the story, but the gold and the treasure itself wasn't. It was just a lure to get attention.
Right, right. And I'll go back to that ego. We've all watched him. Forrest had a big ego. That's a fighter pilot.
Yeah.
I was in the Navy. Ego is the number one criteria for fire pilot. You have to have a bigger than life ego to be doing that because you're all alone. You're all alone in that cockpit with
You,
redundant systems around you.
well, also for egos, you know what, like, ignites or really motivates an ego? Being told you can't do something.
Dare, dare me.
Yep.
Yeah.
A challenge.
And
A
wealth
dare challenge.
and yeah, yeah. Wealth, the admiration of your peers and family and the world and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, ego. It's a natural. He played on it, man. He's a businessman. He played on that. I just, I know people, I've heard it over and over. Forrest ran this all wrong and no one should ever, he did everything wrong. No, he didn't. He did everything right. It's just not the game you thought he was playing. You were playing some other game. And this part about the Shiloh, why is he should just stay out of it, blah. I'm like, God, yeah, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but man, shut the fuck up. Mind your, he's a grown ass man. He'll do what he wants. You can give your opinion, but you don't even know what the fucking game is.
Yeah.
If you're criticizing the family and Forrest, you didn't even understand what the thrill of the chase was, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's heartbreaking to see like I know he created something amazing. He created this community and people were inspired. I was inspired. I create treasure hunts all the time, but I was more inspired just for the life path I've been put down and the evolution of my own ego and my own consciousness. I got that from him. But it's really heartbreaking to see people think like, oh yeah, he screwed up, he was a senile old man, he the password was like hacked and he didn't think of everything. Like, no, I swear to you, he wanted this to happen. He wanted as controversial as it gets, because guess what, is anyone going to remember $1 million treasure that was out in the Rockies for a couple of years and it was found by somebody and then this was the solution and this is the clues and that's a happy ending? Everyone's going to be like, okay, it got wrapped up and bored, bye. No, you're going to remember the most controversial, unexplained, confusing, freaking, cliffhanging type story. And I feel like that is what he wants. That's what he needs. He needs all eyes on him and not for his own self. It's for the story to be told because you could tell a story, but is anyone going to listen? No, they're not going to listen until they understand. And that is
Uh,
why we're getting little dribbles here and there.
Yeah, the world loves drama, man. Drama is what maintains, like, you hear stories of okay, Nixon, for example. No one will remember anything that fucking asshole did, but besides he lied to the American people and he got booted out of he was the only president to resign. That's what they remember him for. They don't remember his political career up to anything up to that point. It's all drama. But I agree with you. answers, looking for the unknown. I think that's what adventurers are. I mean, that's the key thing to it, finding the unknown, answers.
Hmm.
And once, I mean, controversy, I 100% agree with you, man. That's what, um, and to stand firm in your ground and not back down. This world is cruel, man. If you're not willing to stand your ground, you disappear from it and it just swallows you and walks over top of you. No matter if you're right or wrong, as long as you stand up for it, I think's the key thing because you're validating you as you believe who you are and your thoughts.
Yeah, a
I love
thousand
the thriller
percent.
chase, man. Everything happens for a reason. When it came across my path, I'm like, holy shit, I've been waiting my whole life for this.
Right? Well, what's so crazy though is like you got shit about like the JFK assassination. You got DB Cooper. You got Victorio Peak. You've got like the Seven Cities of Gold. You got so much history and mythology, like everything wrapped into one. And this is the freaking story. Like, I can't tell you how many times, Street, I rolled my eyes when I hear someone talk about a JFK assassination or DB Cooper. I was like, wow, you guys make no fucking sense. Even Victoria Peak. Amy came to me so many times being like, Candy, the story's Victoria Peak. The story's Victoria Peak. And I'm like, whatever, whatever. I'm not there, whatever. And now that I'm finally getting all the pieces, I'm like, what the hell? This is crazy. But then it's not. This is CIA we're talking about here. Anything goes with the CIA, bro. So,
Everything, every one of the criterias and situations you mentioned have that one element, the unknown, un-
mm-hmm.
unanswered questions, the truth. We're getting to the
Yeah.
truth.
And I love it because I'm such a history nerd. And I think it's like so cool that they put it like right there, but then it's the whole hidden in plain sight thing. And I thought it was really funny, by the way, that was it Douglas Preston or was it Carl who wrote a poem this weekend for WSOF and he titled it Hidden in Plain Sight. I found that really funny.
Who wrote it?
I think it was Carl. I know Carl wrote a poem, and then I think Preston sent a message over during WSOF, and I didn't hear all of it because I was in the middle of FaceTiming Shiloh and like running around getting everyone to talk to him. So it was like really hard to hear him too. Like whenever he is like, okay, I'm ready to FaceTime, it's always like super loud, can barely hear him. I gotta like put the phone up to my ear and then like transfer back and forth. So like the whole time he was on FaceTime, probably just like had vertigo because he sees me like flying all around. Um, but yeah, they wrote a poem, Carl did, and it's titled Hidden in Plain Sight. And I found that really funny because the first time I ever went on like actual video was when I jumped on Christy and Mike's panel for one of like the very first panel. And it was like right after I met with Fen in July 2019. And I made a little video and it was like, oh my God, what was it called? Uh Hidden in Plain Sight or something like that. And I literally spelled it like that. So I was just laughing when I saw like Carl wrote that. I'm like, haha, he gets it. So that's the point though. Like someone who's got an ego, and I'm not talking about like a narcissistic ego, right?
Right.
You've got an ego. You always hide things hidden in plain sight. That is like the one rule you live by. That's why I fucked around with the book title. I found stuff. Like it's there. And it's one of my favorite things because they all do it. They all do it. They put it right in front of your face, and you don't even know it's there until you're like, oh shit, it's been staring at me the entire time. And the biggest thing that has been staring at all of us is the codex. The codex has been staring at us right in the face. Forrest says he went to Preston. He's like, I told Preston my story. And then what happens when Preston gets told Fenn's story? He writes the codex. And then for a book that is allegedly just a fantasy book, like all made up, please explain to me why you can literally go online and take the information from the codex and apply it to the Grolier Codex. It is the only codex in history that matches all the criteria of what they're talking about, including, guess what? Including the president. of the Grolier Club in New York. Did you know he was murdered the same time that the pages of the Grolier Codex went missing? Did you know that, Street?
Kind of adds up, huh?
Yeah, and he was found the same way Fenn was found, by the way. So I don't know how to explain that or go down that rabbit hole. I don't really want to, but I found that fascinating. I noticed those details. But the really interesting thing is that it wasn't announced that he was murdered until 5 years later. Originally, they were like, oh, he died of natural causes. And like no one thought of it. And then later on, they fucking released an article and they're like, haha, by the way, actually, he was murdered. We were doing an investigation, so we couldn't really say anything. Like, what?
Anytime the government, United States government has a way of eliminating its adversaries, man, or leaks.
Oh, yeah.
Back to the ego thing, though. In our younger years, especially men, ego is our driving force, man. That's what drives us 24 fucking 7. Anything we do is ego based, and women too, but mainly. Well, I'll focus on men. But when men get old, guess what happens? Their ego just diminishes because their physical attributes go. And where do they go once their ego is no longer a battle for them? Where do they go? They go to what? Wisdom, their mind, thoughts.
Yeah.
And Forrest wrote this. How old was he? 79, 80.
Yeah. But you know what's really interesting too, though? Like, when you read details about Douglas Preston's The Codex, did you know in the story, like, I don't know, have you ever read the book, Street?
No, never have.
That explains why you're not on this rabbit hole yet. Okay. I wish you would. If I buy it for you, will you read it?
Um, I'm not much of a reader, really.
I'll get it for you for audiobook. You can listen to it.
You how about you just go online and do segments every night, and I'll tune in
Oh
and
my
join you.
God, no. I could get copyright, but I'm good. Um, so maybe I get Ben to like summarize. He's better at it than I am. Okay, so in the book, right? Some of the details are okay, so this millionaire, he goes missing. He takes like a bunch of his art and valuables and his money. He goes MIA, and the kids find out, like, oh, if we want our money and our inheritance, we're gonna have to go find our father, right? And there's this one son who's like, I don't want anything to do with it. I'm not motivated by money, nothing. Then this beautiful woman named Sally Colorado appears. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll help you. Anything you want, darling. And she's like, your father found a very rare codex, a Mayan codex, and back in the day, and he took it to a university to try and have them translate it. But at the time, they didn't know how to translate Maya hieroglyphs, right? So they thought it was like a fake or whatever. But later on, they find out, oh, it's real. It's a legit codex. It's one of the most rare ones. It could be used to cure cancer and all types of medicinal properties. And everyone wants it, including people in the black market, right? So they talk about how there's missing pages from this codex. And that's actually what everyone's looking for. They don't really care about what's still left behind, right? But the missing pages are what everyone's literally killing for. And so she's like, hey, will you help team up with me to find your dad? Because your dad has it. Your dad has the missing pages. And he's just like, what? Okay, why not? And it's fascinating because, again, not only do you take the information about the Maya hieroglyphs and the university, but then you also apply the missing pages and you apply it to Cozumel, Mexico area where Skippy was last seen alive. Um, and you actually literally get the Grolier Codex, Street, like a legit, real codex found in history by two grave robbers, by the way, grave diggers, grave robbers, whatever. Like that's on record. You could go online and find it. This isn't a fantasy story anymore. Go online, look up the Grolier Codex, and it will tell you it was found somewhere in the area of the Chiapas Mountains in Cozumel, Mexico, by two grave robbers slash grave diggers. And it was sold to an anonymous benefactor that lives in New Mexico. And I'm not saying Fenn's New Mexico benefactor. I'm saying Michael Kremner is actually the New Mexico benefactor. And I'm saying, allegedly, hypothetically speaking, Forrest and Skippy were the ones that discovered this codex. And that is what brought upon the whole Victorio Peak slash Seven Cities of Gold adventure. So next thing you learn about is that Douglas Preston, the author who wrote the book Cities of Gold, was introduced to Forrest Fenn by Michael Crimner because, again, he was the benefactor. He was the one funding this. Forrest had a journal, a cartographer's journal, right, that followed the path of Coronado. That was Esteban. Douglas Preston is an expert on Esteban. He did a bunch of books, he did a bunch of videos, all this stuff, right? So Fenn has the cartographer's journal written by Esteban, and Douglas Preston is an expert on Esteban. And they team up and they go looking for literally the cities of gold. It's not a fantasy. He wrote multiple books on it. One of them is actually his like adventure retracing the steps of Coronado. Okay, so you got a magical little codex that was found by two gravedigger brothers and an anonymous benefactor. And then you've got Preston be introduced to Fenn to look for the cities of gold and, that whole thing. And then on top of that, the same timeline in which Skippy allegedly is murdered, aka dies, in Cozumel, Mexico, is the same time that the Temple of the Moon Goddess is discovered because Michael Coe, the person who was running the whole shindig with JFK, by the way, JFK was actually teamed up with Michael Coe, and they were investigating Cozumel because of his interest in Victorio Peak. You could look that up. That's a fact, actually. And did you know Skippy had an association with Michael Coe? And that's why he was actually out there doing the scuba diving and all that fun stuff. Did you know that fun fact, Street?
I did not.
Yeah. And so around the same time, the Temple of the Moon Goddess is discovered, and it's like, oh, okay, well, we cracked the Maya hieroglyphs. Michael Coe does it. They discover that there's a hidden room in the Palace of Palenque. That is another mega like discovery in the history of the world. So they crack open this little secret room. It's called the Tomb of the Room of Inscriptions, or the Tomb of Inscriptions. And guess what that story is? That story is the story of the Seven Cities of Gold. Did you know that? And then guess what? They also discover information pertaining to the very ship that was discovered by Creighton and Dale and the rest of them. Did you know that too?
It's all adding up, isn't it?
Oh, trust me. It all adds up.
Well,
Especially
let's add in the smoke and mirrors, the Ralph Lauren, the well, you got so many wonderful things, you can't take it with you. And Forrest is like, I mean, that story was smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. That wasn't he embellished it. And think about it. He's like, oh, who says I can't? I don't believe in their rules. Come on. Anyone facing death, it doesn't matter. The last thing you're thinking about is all the bullshit you've accumulated, the wealth, the material things. You can't take it with you. And the premise of, oh, I'm taking this, and which I'll link it up to the fourth stanza. Just take the chest and go in pace. If you've been
well,
wise and found the blaze, think it's not about a material thing. It's about answers, and it all goes back to what you're talking about. Those were
unanswered
unanswered
questions.
questions. Yeah,
Well, so think about this, right? So Victoria Peak, aka Seven Cities of Gold, that is all associated with JFK assassination and the DB Cooper plane jack hike or plane hijack. Jesus, I can't talk right now. Because did you know that gold was actually taken by Nixon and used? It was actually moved by Nixon and Connolly and other people, and I think allegedly it could be Fenn too. And that gold was used to fund the secret CIA war, which you would know as the Vietnam War. And
yeah,
Forrest literally talks about in My War for Me about how he was tricked into fighting a war he should never have fought.
yeah.
There's like so much in all of this. So if you're on your dying when if you're on your deathbed, right? You're not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about things that you wish you could tell people, right? Again, like what you're reiterating, but also you want justice. You want to be able to seek justice for those loved ones, the lost, the unnamed soldiers, stuff like that. Skippy was an unnamed soldier. He ended up losing his life because of his discovery. That's my opinion. And then you've got the people that literally lost their lives because of the Vietnam War, the Indochina War, all this stuff, greed, all that other crap. So when you sit there and you originally were going to tell a story with Ehrlichman, who was the one who was blamed for the Watergate scandal and Nixon, but it was only put that way so that they could expose that Nixon was the one that moved the Victoria Peak gold. That's fascinating, right? So you've got Nixon, you've got Victoria Peak, you got all these scandals, and Ben and Ehrlichman are like, we're going to write a book called The White House Doodles. It's not a book about doodles. It's about the fucking secrets of the shit that went down with the government and the CIA. And they're told, you can't fucking write that. So are you going to sit there and just fucking listen to them? You're a maverick. You don't care. You make your own rules. And you're sure as hell not going to be quiet and let them get away with the shit that they did to all those people, all those families, especially your own, right?
Right. Yeah, well, I agree with you. And if you think about it and you look throughout history, you highlighted on one that when hot topics like this are popping off, dead bodies show up, and it's the government doing it. I'm not going to pull no punches. It's the government killing people to keep their secrets and keep their dirt under the rug. Well, when it's all popping off and it's hot topic, bodies show up. Once time goes by, 15, 20 years, then you can come out and say it, and your body, you don't have to worry about a body showing up because shit, time has elapsed. It's not a hot topic. They're busy putting out other fucking fires, killing other people. And that's when think about it. How many, everything we find out 15, 20, 50 years later after the
Yeah.
fact. And
Yeah. And
guess
it's,
what? Bodies don't show up after that time has elapsed. So, yeah, I think it fits perfect with what you're saying.
you want to talk about bodies? Anyone can go online and Google this right now, look it up. There has been a multitude of deaths slash murders, all this shit because of that codex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Multitudes. Skippy, I believe, was one, allegedly. Another one was the president that was in charge of the Grolier Club, which is where that the codex was being held. Another one was a CIA agent associated with all of this. Did you know he was actually kidnapped a freaking street down, like away from the CIA headquarters? They kidnapped him a freaking street away from CIA headquarters, tortured him, and he knew it was coming too, and it still happened. And he's involved with Lauren Hall, the one that Pack and Jack exposed for being DB Cooper slash the assassination of JFK and all that other shit, and like Fidel Castro, like really insane shit. When you start looking into it, you find Lauren Hall. You find Lauren Hall was associated with the Grolier Codex. You discover there's so much fucking surrounding the Grolier Codex. It's insane. And all the people associated with the Grolier Codex were found lying in a pool of their own blood, and it was categorized as death of natural causes.
Yeah. Yeah. We see that this isn't like an isolated incident. If you look throughout history, yeah, ever since after World War II, well, I'll start with World War II. Right around World War II is when the CIA and all that dirty shit started fucking happening in other countries,
Yeah.
in this country, and I always compare them to it's the mafia. You're fucking you'd have to be a total fucking imbecile to join the CIA because your life is nothing, man. It's a piece of fucking dirt.
Oh,
You
it's
you
not
could
just the
be killed.
mafia.
You could be killed over just a rumor.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm with you. And here we've talked about it many times. How do you protect if you have this information, how do you protect yourself and your family while you're alive and your family once you're gone? Well, time.
Hi.
Time
Hi.
heals all wounds.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, one second. Whoop. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, I've always been on the same page with you. It's espionage type shit. It's CIA. It's the government. Think about it. He battled with the government for like 10, 15 years over
Yeah.
the Pueblo. And the end result was they fucking took half of it. All of a sudden, they popped this little square of, I don't know, 5 acres or whatever it is and turned it BLM land. And
Yeah.
half of it was in the Kiva. Guess what happened right after that case was settled? Forrest came out with the Thrill of Chase memoir.
Yeah, but guess what else? So people think that Fenn fucked up and that Fenn got caught and he was raided and all this shit, like he was a dumbass. No, he set that up. He set that up. He was warned. He knew exactly what was happening. And you know what I think he did? He set that up so that when they did that shit, they would be fucked. And he even talks about how he basically could have sued them because of how they fucked up on the raid and everything. Guess what I think he did? He found a legal loophole to be able to put that chest in the fucking Yellowstone National Park. That is what he did. And why
Yeah.
did he do it? It's not to like, there's stories, there's all these things, but it's again to make it controversial. A random art gallery dealer puts $1 million in gold somewhere in Yellowstone National Park and brings a bunch of people. It's causing controversy. It's being talked about. Everybody fucking knows about this shit.
And to stir the pot, he would do scrapbooks and conversations talking about Yellowstone, why the search was
Yeah,
going on. Yeah, he was
but
purposely
not
sending people there.
not just scrapbooks though. We're forgetting that this man was CIA, dude. He was CIA, so of course there's fucking code in it. There's code in the scrapbooks. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking Jack is not who we think he is. Because when you look at the evidence that was disclosed from the McCracken case, Jack's sitting there talking to Forrest about Connolly. He's talking about different political shit. He's talking about everything but 9 Mile Hole. 9 Mile Hole doesn't get in there till later, right? Why would somebody who just hacked their way into the solution be so hyper focused on John Connolly? Think
Um,
about that, Street.
I've always believed Jack is a written in character in this book that Forrest wrote. And this is a book Forrest wrote. We're still playing and reading and interacting with his book. But to go
Yeah.
back to, I've talked about it. I've asked practically everyone I've ever talked to, searchers, was there ever a point in time when you thought people were watching your emails, someone was watching you out in the field, and I'd say 85% said, "Yeah, man, I got that tingling feeling, hairs on the back." And I'm like, that I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think we were actually being watched, but I think the magnitude of what this is all about, the energy of it, we'll call it,
Mm-hmm.
um, we're talking this shit right here. Yeah, there's always eyes watching. This is something big, man.
Yeah. So then to answer your question, how do you get away with talking about this shit without dying?
Exactly what we're doing.
Uh-huh. You make it fucking big.
Yep,
You make so much noise about it, you talk about it. Doesn't matter if people believe you or not. It's fucking out there.
yep. So, well, like I said earlier, I always laugh when people, oh, this is the most fucked up shit. We don't get in, we demand it. I'm thinking, you don't even sit back, relax, man. Relax, watch this shit play out. And you had the privilege, all of us that did it, we interacted with it in whatever capacity we entered into it. We interacted with this, man. That's to me, um, that means a lot. Just the fact that I was able to interact it and went to his house twice, uninvited, unannounced. I'm very proud of that, man. That was my contribute. That was my part of my game. We all did
Mm-hmm.
it. If we wrote him emails, if we did video, anything that was directly interact. Even when you go on and talk your opinions or make comments in videos, you are interacting essentially with Forrest and what he set up. You're not interacting with your ego is interacting with the players in this game, but you're actually talking to Forrest.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's interesting? So when I went to his house in July 2019 and I got a chance to look at his books, the first thing he showed me was the White House doodles. And like he was showing me the forage books and everything like that. But then he was really adamant to show me the White House doodles. So he opens the book and he shows me the leg. He's like, "Do you know what that is?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's the aberration you have in gypsy magic." He looks at me and I'm like, "Yeah, the leg that's floating in gypsy magic right above the name Nixon in the grass." Looks at me again, takes down his glasses a little bit on the bridge of his nose and winks at me. So you're gonna sit here
Yeah.
and tell me that TTOTC isn't his clever way of saying "fuck you, try me"? You're gonna find out what I can and can't do. Mm-hmm. It's like Nostradamus 101. Read between the lines. The church told him, "You can't talk about alchemy. You can't talk about that. That's heresy. You're gonna be burned to the stake as a heretic." And what does he do? He's like, "Okay, bet." Starts writing the most boring fucking political shit ever. But everyone knows if you see that cross of Lorraine, read between the lines. You'll know what it means. And what happened? Oh, Forrest happens to have the cross of Lorraine in every single book he has. Did you know that, Street?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold on 1 second. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Watch out. Shit's about to get rocky. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Hello.
What up, crazy?
Do you have any grape poupon?
I've got green beans.
You're dying. May I help you?
Bad green beans.
How's everybody doing?
We're live on a Friday night being nerds talking about shit that we reiterate every day and nobody listens to. What about you?
It's okay. We could all be nerds one day. Yeah.
What do you mean? I already am a nerd.
I ain't doing nothing. I'm relaxing, having a beer, just chilling. That's it.
Not throwing anybody through a window?
No, not today. My days of those are probably hopefully over. Just
Well, at least you didn't
chilling.
get blood poisoning.
Yeah, you got that right. After all the blood work I had to go through and the tests I had to go through, I'm
I
all
mean, I
good
told
now.
you. I
Oh,
told you.
that was scary.
So, did I summon you by talking about Victorio Peak?
Yeah, no, you were right. Huh?
Haha. So, what do you want to add?
What I want?
What do you want to add
Add to what?
to the story of Victoria Peak?
What do you want to know?
Like, what do you want to add to what we've been talking about?
I haven't heard everything. I just got home like
Uh,
10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. So I don't know what's been going on.
hey, Street, want to give him a refresher? What if land isn't an issue?
I don't know what's been going on. I just got home a couple minutes ago. I decided just come in and say hello, you know? I don't know what the fuck's been going on.
I see Trusted's in chat.
Yeah, I said hi to Trusted.
Oh, hey, Lorraine. What up, Nomadic? What up, Jeep? Let's see who else is in here.
How was the Vegas trip?
It was humbling.
You guys aren't talking about it much.
Eh,
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what's it on?
I mean, it was cool. It just wasn't the same. Like, Ben and Ashley weren't there. Jana wasn't there. Like, my peoples weren't there.
How you doing, Street?
Good, man. What's been happening?
Then just working. Just doing my thing. That's it. Keeping to myself.
You can do yourself.
Doing myself. That's it. Keeping to myself. Doing myself. That's the best way. Don't get involved in no bullshit.
No bullshit.
No bullshit. Nope. No bullshit. Nothing to talk about. Nope. Just doing my own thing.
You keep
Like
your
I
head
said,
down.
keeping my head down, doing my own thing.
I didn't watch the last time like you were live and Ben came on. I didn't really watch that. I just saw like a few scenes. Like, what the fuck?
No, I don't remember the night. I don't go back and watch my videos. Street knows. I don't go back and watch my shit. I don't go back and watch it. I know I had a breakdown, somebody said, because I got text.
Breakdown? Don't remember it?
Yeah, no, I don't remember it. I know I got a text from whatchamacallit, Tisha, saying, "Are you okay?" I remember I got a text in the middle of the night asking that, but other than that,
Did
it
you
is
fix
what it
that
is.
with Tisha yet?
What?
Did you fix it with Tisha yet?
After that whole thing, that remember the night she came over?
I don't know. What do
Yeah,
you mean?
remember the night we were all on a private chat. Remember she came over? I said
No,
she's on her way over.
I don't remember.
Yeah, she said she's on her way over and all kinds of stuff. And then she came over and then she went on vacation. And then after vacation, she just kind of got weirded, like not weirded out. Like then she got home and then she was just different. Like she just, and then she turned around and said, "Oh, I'm with somebody." That's what she told me.
Hmm.
So I was
Did she
like,
meet a man on vacation?
I don't know, maybe.
I was like Tisha.
Mhm. Yeah,
Hmm.
no. But that's what happened. And then she got weirded out.
I'm not
Here's
gonna
what
comment
it
on
is.
that.
Hey, it is what it is. If it's meant to be, it'll be.
Whee! True
Yeah.
story. True story.
If it's meant to be, it will be. I'm just like I said, I'm just doing my thing.
Are you gonna bust out a country song now?
I ain't singing no fucking country song. I'll tell you that.
You just quoted the lyrics to it.
I sound like a dead squirrel when I'm singing.
Um, Mike caught me at the very end of karaoke on I think the second day where my voice was so thrashed, I like lost my voice and I didn't even want to sing anymore. But they were like singing like one more song. So I'm up there singing, and Mike like catches me, and I'm straight up like I have no voice. I sound like a fucking frog. Like I sound like a dying cat in an alleyway. I'm not even kidding. And they have it on video, and they put it on the YouTube video that they posted yesterday. I was like, show me you hate me without showing me you hate me.
Street's over there. I'm gonna come visit Street. Watch. I'm gonna knock on your door, Street. I'm gonna sit out there with the fucking truck and just sitting over in the attorney's office. I'm just gonna sit in your parking lot. Don't worry.
Well, truth be told, I think it's safe. Time is a lot. I never lived there to begin with. I never did live there.
Wait, what happened?
He knows what I'm talking about.
Well,
What in the hellfire?
that time you and Tish came up, did it look? You guys came in. We hung out for a while before we started roaming the town. Did it look like a house I would live in?
Yeah.
Did it look like just some shit thrown together?
I don't even know what the fuck you had going on.
Wait, what? You set up a fake house?
I caught a lot of people going around it. Ben and them circled it. I was laughing my ass off, made a big deal about it, which brought in more. I'll call them not Greg, but cockroaches that did it to try to hurt me. Like then Frank came in and started. I'm sitting back laughing, man. Okay. Oh shit, they found me. Oh my god.
No fucking thank you.
Oh, it is funny just to watch them go around a fake house that they have no clue.
Yeah, anytime you're out and about, Greg, man, let me know, man. I'll send you the address. We'll do it. We'll get a band that works, man.
That's fine. Yeah, it works. We'll go to Abachi again.
Nah, man, I'll never drink. I'll never drink that beer again. I
What,
couldn't
you don't
even
like?
walk. I was bouncing from wall to wall walking, man.
Yeah, Candy. He can't handle Sephora's. You ever had Sapporos candy?
I know of them, but I've never really had one.
Yeah, he can't handle Sapporos. Like you had two, didn't you? Street.
3 of those big ones. They were the big
Yeah.
bottles.
Oh
I don't.
yeah.
They were like 24 ounces. They were big ass. It was almost like a fucking like a 2 liter, man. It was huge.
And then we ended
Wow.
up with a white van sitting outside the hotel.
No fucking thank you.
Oh no,
Maybe that was
it was
maybe
some
that's fine.
crazy shit. And then we lost internet, and then that was the first time somebody ever tried to hack it. That was the first time anybody ever tried to hack me ever. I've never ever, knock on wood, my head.
Hack you?
I Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the very first time, and because I called Street and I told him that's the first fucking time anybody has ever tried to hack me, and they lost. You can't hack me. Good luck trying to
If
hack
you remember right, when we went live, I was on my laptop, and remember we lost fucking everything. My laptop just shut the fuck down. Then my
me. Yeah,
phone went dead, and it was fully charged. It went fucking dead. I mean, there was some weird shit going on with that white van. As soon as that white van showed up, systems started fucking up. And it wasn't your iPhone. You were saying it was an iPhone. They're not supposed to be able to hack. Nah, man.
but that was the very first time, Candy, that I woke up in the morning and somebody tried to log into my Facebook.
Weird.
Ever. Yeah, that was the very first time. Other than that, nobody could ever hack me. It's very hard to hack me. I got so much security on my fucking phone and my computers. It's very hard to get into my shit. And that was the very first time that I had to change my password after, I would say, a good year and a half.
Are you sure it just wasn't a disgruntled ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, it could have been. I don't know. But it was just, could have been a coincidence. I don't know. Street could be the hacker. I don't know. Fucking throw that up in the air. Let people talk about that, Street.
I did use your phone, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, you fucker.
Y'all are crazy, I swear.
All part of the
Remember when I
game.
was looking into the auction website bullshit? Well, when I was looking into it, my shit got hacked, and I've never been able to recover my laptop. To this day, it does not turn on.
You said Tuesday don't turn on?
I said to this day, it won't turn on.
Oh, that sounds like a personal problem.
No, it's a hacking problem.
I don't believe the hacking shit.
Woo! Nope.
I just never have. I've never believed the whole hacking, the whole that what's his name, fucking Toby got hacked. I just don't believe it. I just don't, you know what I mean? Just like I just don't believe it. I don't, because if you're getting hacked, you're gonna hand your computer over to fucking cops.
You're
That's all
you're
there is
fucking
to it.
around with the CIA, bro. Of course you're hacked.
Well, no, but even if you're getting hacked, you're gonna hand it over to the police officers. You're gonna say, "Hey, something's going on here." You're not gonna play
Um,
games. I'm not gonna play games. If something's going on with my shit, I'm just gonna hand it right over to the authorities. Here you go. Look over all my shit.
The authorities are the fucking CIA. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, but you don't hear any
Hi,
saying they turned
hacker.
it over to the police
My
officer.
my shit got hacked. Let me take it to you, the hacker, so you can cover your own fucking tracks.
I
Yeah,
do
but
know in that type of gameplay, when you have these vans showing up, they have a way of they have a mobile like hotspot.
Yeah,
Your
tap in.
device thinks it's hooking up to the local tower. They intercept that, and
did you just say hop in?
once they intercept, and you use their like we'll call it a
Network.
hotspot. They'll get not destroy, but they'll get everything, whatever device you're on, they'll get everything. They'll have total control of it from that point on.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just say hop?
That's not like sci-fi or guessing. That's fact. They have
He
these
said
mobile
hotspot.
devices.
It's a name for another wireless network with
Did you say hop in?
oh my god.
What?
No, I thought Candy said hop in or hop on or something.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I thought you said hop in or something.
If I ever say hop in, please don't take that as an invitation.
No, my license plates say that.
What? That's fucking weird. Why does your license plate say hop in? That's like you should be driving a white van, bro, and offering kids candy. I can't with that one.
Here's your candy, pretty girl. Come on in.
That's so unnerving. No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, so what are you up to at Victoria Peak, Greg? You
What?
and Amy Gwen and Kiwi were some of the first people I ever heard talk about Victoria Peak, and the rest of us were like, fuck off, we don't care. And now I'm saying, oh shit, I'm an asshole. I should have listened. You're right. So, what do you have to share about Victoria Peak?
What do I have to share? Go west. That's
Go
all I
west.
just shared. Go west. Go west of it.
What about you, Street?
I all get shares go west and then go also go northeast of it into the other mountain that is BLM land.
Ah, BLM land. Gotta love the BLM land.
Yeah.
Well,
To
so
me, Victoria Peak and all that leads to what this is all about. I'll call it his legacy. It wasn't about the treasure chest and gold and all. It was his legacy. Yeah, it's information answers.
Maybe Candy, if you start researching the Secret Garden, you'll learn more about Victoria Peak of where because her family was involved with the Victoria Peak.
well, Victoria Peak was actually named Victoria Peak after Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
And the reason why Doc Noss found a tiara that says Queen Charlotte is because that was Queen Victoria's great grandmother.
I think everything was hidden west and northeast. I think it was split into two parts. I think everything was from Victoria Peak. He split it to the west, and then he split it to northeast. That's what I believe right now.
Well, okay. What you guys need to, or what I hope everyone pays attention to, is that the very first article that was ever released talking about Force Fens Buffalo Chase, it was titled "Looking for Gold" or like the Road to El Dorado. I can't remember. And the whole article is talking about Connolly. Did you know that, Street?
Yeah.
So please tell me why a man who just wants to go get families inspired to go out to the Rockies and look for gold, like literally the entire article be about looking for the cities of gold and then him talking about Connolly and then randomly like the last bit of it, it's like, by the way, I had a box of gold out in somewhere over here, go find it. Like, okay, why the fuck do we need to know about Connolly? Why do we need to know about Douglas Preston writing the book Cities of Gold? Why is the article named about looking for the cities of gold? Yet people will sit here and be like, you're crazy. It has nothing to do with Victoria Peak. There's nothing to do with Seven Seas Gold. It's nothing to do with this. It's like, this man was CIA. He's talking in code, people.
Well, speaking of CIA again, turn on Netflix, Hulu, any documentary series on any shows, and a vast majority will be, they call them conspiracies, where the CIA readily admits to killing people,
Yeah.
American citizens too. They admit to it. And then what disgusts me is that it's like, oh, well, okay. Thank God, if they're doing that to their own people, imagine what the fuck they're doing in other places like
Oh,
Vietnam and
how about that fucking
Afghanistan.
town in France where they literally dosed the water with LSD after they murdered the dude that literally like developed LSD because he was trying to replicate the cult of Elysium and the cult of the mushroom? They fucking poisoned an entire town in France with LSD to see what they would fucking do.
Yeah. They did it in Oregon too. Oregon, they were testing biological warfare on a coastal city. You know that it's like I think they call it glumps of slime or whatever would rain down for like a week on this town in Oregon. I believe it was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Well, long story short, independent, like EPA or something, scientists in the area did studies and said it was a delivery system, an envelope, he called it. There was nothing harmful. Well, what he found in it, people were getting sick. Yeah. But it goes back to this is our own fucking government doing this shit to us, and they have been doing it ever since World War II. Imagine what they're doing other and when people say, "Oh, fuck the rest of the world, they just jealous of us." No, they're getting tired of being fucked with by our government, like CIA in particular. It's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Well, that's the thing though. So you see and you read about Lauren Hall. Lauren Hall was like the right-hand man to Fidel Castro. And then the moment Fidel Castro betrayed him, he was like, fuck this. He joined a secret society that was literally created specifically to take down Fidel Castro. And what does he do? He takes out, allegedly, he takes out JFK. Allegedly, he becomes DB Cooper for the hijacking to push the gold standard. And he's all deep into the fucking shit with Victorio Peak. And he was allegedly associated with Fenn's handler in the CIA. Isn't that fucking fascinating?
Well, think of all that money though. Think of it, if you found all those gold bars. So think of that in perspective. If you found all the everything that was in Victoria Peak, like I mean, how much money?
Your
You
life would
Great.
your life would instantly become the worst place you could ever be.
correct.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, like yeah, you're exactly right, Street. Like yeah, like
Firstly,
yeah,
Firstly, that's not the only location. That's just one of many locations. That's what you guys really need to put in perspective. Secondly, if you did discover something of that magnitude and you had a secret of that magnitude where your family was in danger and your brother allegedly died from it, you would not want your family or any of your loved ones to be associated with money whatsoever. So what would you do? You would leave behind some money for their tuition for education in college, and you'd leave some money for their car, and that's about it. The rest of the money would be hidden away and only given to that who is of title and prove they can handle the shit show that is left behind. Just in my opinion.
Well, here's another connection. We've talked about it before, Candy. It's majority of gold that we were sold that this treasure chest had contained. But guess what? There was one thing in there that was silver. The only thing in there that wasn't a jewel or gold was silver. I'll relate
Bracelet.
back to Judah. Judah got paid to rat
40
price
pieces,
out.
right?
Yeah,
40
yeah.
pieces.
And what did Forrest want back? Well, I'd really like to have that bracelet back.
That's actually a talisman. That was a talisman.
Well, I mean, just the premise of it. I made the connection like, oh shit, okay. Kind of makes the foundation a little stronger on the path I'm going. Okay.
Well, like that's the thing though. There's like so many layers, and I was just talking about this the other day. It's like, okay, what's next? What happens when the story is told? Will the story be told? And it's going to be
no,
told in different layers, but no one's ever going to be able to grasp it fully unless you already know what you're supposed to know, right? So we're being conditioned, or we're being given certain information to digest over a certain amount of years so that we can understand certain parts. But each time we're given more information, it brings you up to another level. And people that have been obsessively looking into the shit for 14 or more years, Victoria Peak, like we understand certain things. Like not everything that we know we share. It's too much. Like it's too much for you to share, Greg. It's way too much for me to share. In the street, you know what I think about you. You sus.
it's
So
just
you're not sharing
yeah,
shit.
it's too much. It's too much for anybody.
Yeah.
Well, but you made a good point. Once you take that first step along your path, each of these little things that we'll hand fed. We were hand fed information, and we had to make the connections. And once that first one made, the farther down we went from slowly walking to fucking running. Literally, right, the connections were being made left and fucking right. I don't think that. I think that's the natural order of things. Once you get on a path in life, no matter what it is, the farther you go down it, the more information you get, the faster you run. And hell, Candy, we've been on the same path. We think it ends at the same place. These are answers we're looking at, and it's Yeah, it'll rewrite. If it rewrites Southwest, it rewrites world.
Yeah, it really is. And you got to think about how there are so many red herrings. There are so many red herrings, and everyone's like pissed off. They're like, "Oh my gosh, this treasure hunt was the worst treasure hunt I've ever experienced. No answers, no solution, no real finder, no confirmation." And it's like, y'all do know that this was just the part, like the beginning, right? Have you ever known a treasure hunt creator to ever have such a magnitude of an impact with the people participating? Have you ever known someone to physically interact with them, invite them into their home, want to know everything about them for 10 years? Have you ever known that, Street?
And knowing quite well, I don't think he knew the magnitude of the crazy, but knowing quite well, this is opening up me and the family for anything and everything. Which then
Yeah.
again, what sane man would fucking willingly do that unless there's a bigger story to be told?
Yeah,
There,
but think about this too, Street. The family was already open to the magnitude of crazy. The family found a massive historical discovery of that ship. That ship was the first thing. There's so much shit that goes into it. It's insane. I can't even like begin to talk about it. But there was so much, and the reason why he was interacting, he wasn't trying to give people hints or anything. I'm trying to say, like, this little treasure, it did not fucking, like, it didn't matter. Sure, it was great. It was real. It existed. People could go out there and find it. But I mean, if you're looking for $1 million gold, you really pick, like, you missed the message. But he was looking for people. He was trying to see who could be bought, who would be a sellout, who would do anything to obtain a little box of gold. Why? Because when you take just $1 million, not even $1 million, and you say this is out in the Rockies, you got people fucking blackmailing, threatening, murdering allegedly, like everything that is the worst you could think of was happening. So what do you think would happen, Street, if something like the 7 cities of gold could be at someone's fingertips? What do you think would do then? Like, who would be drawn to it? What would happen? Like, you see people do unspeakable, unimaginable shit to people just for like a couple $1 million.
well, not only people, you'd have the government in on it, and that's not
Exactly.
the group
You
of
already
people
do.
you want to play with.
You already do. Fenn's already playing cat and mouse with the government, and he has been for a long time.
Well, it goes back to when that first documentary called titled "The Lore" and fucking Forrest showed up at the premiere in New Mexico. I about shit. I'm like, that's blatantly fucking thrown in everybody's face, and this is before the treasure was found. I'm thinking, holy shit, we're at the end, man. He knows someone found the answer, and he's blatantly throwing that shit out there now. The lore. Come on, what the hell?
Well, did you see too? Like, do you remember in one of Fenn's scrapbooks he talked about I think it was a turquoise or a jade mask. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it had pictures too. Wasn't there a picture of it?
Yeah. And like he has scrapbooks where he talks about it. Well, the two grave diggers that discovered the Grolier Codex, what they found in this cave in the Chapas Mountains was a wooden box, and it was filled with large emeralds from the Etosha, for one. It had a jade or turquoise mask, and then the codex itself. And it had pictures, and it matches Fenn's picture. Just saying. And then, don't you find it interesting too how Forrest said he made sure the box was in the design, and he talks about how he made a copy of the box,
Yeah.
of the motif and everything, and everyone thinks like, oh, he lied to you, he scammed you. No, he didn't. He told you point blank in the book that there's fucking copies, and who's the fraud? The person that says they like it because the original, or the person that says they don't like it because it's not an original? It's the same fucking thing.
So I got one question for you.
Huh?
Do you think the family knows, yes or no?
Um,
I mean, after hearing everything, all the bullshit that's been going on, you know what I mean? Like a personal, like, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm kind of mixed right now. I'm 50-50 on the fence right now. You know what I mean? After Forrest has completely told everybody his family don't know shit. He never wrote anything down. I don't believe Shiloh knows shit. I believe Shiloh is just fucking stringing people along.
no, no. Okay, so firstly, I believe the family knows what they need to know to protect themselves because this isn't about us. This is about very dangerous entities like the government and shit that can go after them if need be, if they knew shit that they weren't supposed to know. So I think they know just enough to protect them but not put them in danger. Secondly, you underestimate Shiloh. That man is fucking brilliant. He is Forrest Fenn's grandson and he knows exactly what he needs to know. He doesn't have to show his cards. He is so graceful in the way he puts up with people. I will tell you that much. The shit he deals with on a daily basis is absolutely unfathomable. And he's
But I
a
didn't
lot more
ask you that.
comfortable
I
about it.
didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you think he knows?
What are you asking about what knows? Do you think he knows the solution to the nine clues? Do you think he
Yeah,
knows
yeah.
grandfather was a CIA agent? Like
No,
you need
no. Do you think he knows the whole solution?
well, see, that's the thing. That's where you lose me, Greg. How can you believe in Victorio Peak and you sit here and be like, what was the answer to the nine clues? Like, that's
No,
fucking.
I'm asking you, do you believe that Shiloh and Zoe know the answers to the 9 clues?
If you want to be that transparent,
Just
then
straightforward, just straightforward. I don't believe they do. I believe that Force protected them.
well, see, what I'm trying to explain to you is you're not being specific, okay? We just sat here and talked about how this entire thing has nothing to do with a box of gold being put in the Rockies for a measly $1 million. It was a test, it's a game, it's still going on. So if you want to know an answer to nine clues that leads to a fishing hole with a fucking fish named Brown, then yeah, everybody and their mother knows. I'm just saying, everybody and their mother knows, okay? What does it matter?
You think so? You think Jack's just a prop?
I think there is a lot of shit going down that people don't know, and it's all CIA involved.
You think
A
he'll
lot.
bring down the house?
Oh, it's already brought down the house. It built the house and then it brought it down.
It's
I
going to be
think Shiloh
interesting.
knows what he has to know for the purpose
Correct.
of what the thrill of the chase is all about. Yeah, I think he's carrying the torch in that aspect.
I don't think he knows anything.
I think you underestimate Shiloh.
Well,
No,
if
I
put it
think he
this way,
knows
Greg,
enough.
if
I think he knows enough to know to get to get it farther than what it needs to go.
Are you forgetting, Greg, the whole concept of the plot of the codex written by Douglas Preston? Have you forgotten that?
No, I haven't forgotten that.
Okay, then please share with the world what the plot of the codex is.
That's all Douglas's plan,
No,
not
it's not.
Shiloh.
That's not Douglas. That's not Shiloh's. That is Forrest Burke Fenn's plan. That is Forrest Burke Fenn's
I think
Fenn's story.
you think so.
I know so. That is Fenn's story.
I'll put it this
Okay.
way, Greg, if the thrill of the chase is nothing more than an old man hit a gold chest or a chest full of gold, and that's all this is all about, yeah, the family, Shiloh and the family know nothing. But if this is something bigger, and the chest was just a lure, someone in the family has to know, man. And I would assume that would be Shiloh.
I don't think he would put that burden on his grandson.
It's not a burden, it's his legacy. A legacy is not a burden if you look at it in that aspect. I
Yeah, if you
think
look
I
at
look at it as
I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I just don't think that Forrest would put that burden on his family, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's just my opinion. I
And
don't think
we're trying to tell you it's not a
he
burden.
would put that burden
no, it's not
on
a
them.
burden.
The
No.
burden is nine clues and the haunting story of the fish named Brown. Jesus.
You know? What if it's not the what if it's the dog?
I mean, there's so many interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're going to have to ask yourself this then, Greg. Was this all about gold in the chest, or is this a bigger picture out there? What's your answer to that?
A big what? I didn't hear you.
Do you
I didn't hear you.
do you think this was nothing more than a bronze chest of gold, or is there something else?
I think there's something else. That's
And
my
Y'all,
opinion.
you relate that something else to gold still, riches, troves, treasures?
I believe it's something. I
y'all,
believe. I
am I
believe it's
tripping balls right now?
to me. To me, I believe.
Great.
No, it's not going to be one person. I believe it's going to be multiple searchers together as one to bring down the house. I don't believe it's going to be one person. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to take
Let us
multiple
know when you're
people.
ready to play, because if you're still out there looking for a box of gold and claiming $1 million, you are way far behind, sir.
Yeah, yeah, but no, I believe it's going to take multiple searchers
Street.
together as a team. I believe it's not going to be something to where okay, one person just gets something. I
Can you all
believe it's
look at what I'm sharing for a second?
well, it
Yeah.
looks like Freddy Cougar.
Who does that look like to you, Street?
I don't know. Who does it look like to you?
Can you just say it out loud for me for a second so I don't feel like I'm crazy?
It looks like Freddy Cougar to me.
Let me zoom out more. Who does that look like to you?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Never mind. I'm just tripping balls on.
Well, no.
Disregard.
Who do you think it looks like?
Looks like fucking Greg Keller, bro.
I was going to say that, but I thought, no, man, I better not.
You want to know where I got that picture from?
Where?
I'm looking into George Fisher and Forrest Fenn, and there's an article from November 2005 where it talks about the Department of Anthropology of Laramie, Wyoming, and how the George Fisher Institute was hosted by Peggy and Forrest Fenn about all this shit. And I'm looking at the pictures of all the attendees, and there's fucking creepy ass Greg Keller staring right back at me.
No, Greg Keller better hope I never find him in public.
I'm tripping balls, right? But that looks like the same Greg Keller, Joe Biden sniffing creep that we're all familiar with.
See,
Does he have any brothers? If it's not him, it could definitely be a brother.
I don't know. I'm just like going down rabbit holes, and all of a sudden I look at this shit. It's worse than the fucking Forrest Fenn fish. Don't judge me. Like,
he
uh,
he looks like a fucking fish. He looks like a fucking big nose, fucking brown eyed fucking thing.
Ditch Creek
Oh,
Hell Gap site. I'm just
so
looking
who was all in Vegas?
who's in Vegas?
Yeah.
Uh, there's a good amount of people. There it is. That's what I was looking for. The mother of Indiana Jones. Oh my god, a collector strikes back. Okay, this is where it starts. Ohio archaeologist summer 2000 is written in response to an article written by Joe Watkins, Salvaging Our Ethics. So Street, did you know that Michael Coe, Forrest Fenn, and George Fisher were all at the Clovis Cash Foundation or whatever, or conference, the Clovis Cash conference in New Mexico?
Where's my charger? Fuck. My phone's dying.
Swear I'm talking to a wall at this point. Let's see, Chicago Art Society of American Archaeology.
Got one of those Arctic airs, like those towers. Those things fucking suck.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Clovis and Beyond conference. There we go. Okay, this. Oh man, I gotta read this over now because I always like fucking ignore it. And I shouldn't, because this is the first article he ever wrote when shit started popping off with this. But like honestly, Greg, how do you explain Forrest Fenn dying the same day that George Frisian dies, and they have the same stuff involved?
Coincidence.
That's not a coincidence. Stop it. You're annoying.
Everything's a coincidence.
Okay, well, fine. Your secret garden's a coincidence then.
Well,
Nope. It's
if everything's a coincidence, there's no such thing as coincidence.
Exactly. It's a coincidence inception.
fuck you guys. Motherfuckers.
Can't handle the truth, Greg? Is that the problem? Can't handle the truth, huh?
Kiss my ass.
Wait, they're talking
That
about
was
Eli Lilly. Didn't Fenn have a scrapbook about Eli Lilly? Am I tripping balls right now?
Was that the author, artist, and all that he wrote the It's Your Turn, Eli, to take the art world to the next level in Santa Fe? Was that his last name?
I think so, because this is close beyond, and they said Midwestern archaeology has never recovered from the loss of Eli Lilly. Since his death, academic training and employment opportunities in Midwestern archaeology have become limited. Lilly provided funding to students and scholars for the scientific study of pottery, stone, and copper sources used in the manufacture of artifacts, geophysics, absolute dating, artifact classification, and linguistics. He also sponsored conferences and excavations and was the underwriter of numerous publications. Many of these publications, including Prehistoric Antiquities of Indiana, featured illustrations of artifacts from the personal collection, some of which he had excavated himself. But like, this is all Fenn's words. This is Fenn talking. This is an article he wrote, essentially, basically in the most professional way you can, say "go fuck yourself" to a man named Dr. Watkins, because Joe Watkins wrote an article called "Salvaging Our Ethics," and he threw an absolute bitch fit over the fact that a non-archaeologist, like a archaeologist that wasn't classified as an archaeologist, could hold such a popular Clovis and Beyond conference.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Fenn wrote this article back and was like, "Fuck you, try me."
Well, that's why that's how the institution keeps itself solid. You're in bed with them, so you're not going to go against them, and you denounce people like Forrest that actually like all they discredit them. You don't even have a degree. And Forrest's counter was that, well, you have one, and look how fucking stupid you are. And no, you're hindered by your degree, especially in archaeology and history.
Well, hey, Candy, I bought
What?
you the book. I sent you the book. Did you read it?
No, I haven't had a chance yet.
Read that fucking thing. It's gonna make you wonder.
I already wonder. Like, I've been wondering
Well,
for
you
years.
haven't read. I
Back.
bought you the San Lazaro book, and you haven't read it yet.
I mean, I started poking around in it, but every time I open that thing up, I already go down another fucking research.
No, he's already telling you where everything's at. He's like literally telling you, like the thrill of the chase is not even like the San Lazaro book tells you where all the gold is. Like he's fucking literally giving you gold on a platter. This is why. Why do you think I started buying land?
Well,
He's like
guess.
he's giving you he's like, here, guys, listen to what I'm telling you in the book. He's telling you in San Lazaro book everything you need to know.
Hey, Greg, did you know that there's actually a different variation or version of San Lazaro book?
No.
There was an original that was written specifically by Forrest Fenn with added commentary with oh my gosh, what's his name again? Rikavashki? Rick Hajovsky.
Where's it
Um,
at?
it's really fucking hard to find. So it got scrubbed and then they released this one instead. So that's a fun rabbit hole you might want to poke down.
Who told you that one?
Found it myself.
Yeah, that'd be a fun rabbit hole to go down.
I'm
No,
trying
but Even in detail, like his certain things he said in the book tells you exactly what to do. So imagine what the original, like you're talking about, imagine what the original one says.
Exactly. Wait, letters to the editor to Society for American Archaeology Bulletin. Oh,
I
letters.
already, like, after reading, I didn't read the whole, you know me, I just skim read.
You need to read the whole thing.
So come on, I'm two book Greg.
The death of Six Ridge at Poverty Point.
No, I'm telling you, in San Lazaro book, it tells you exactly what to look for. It tells you, like, he's giving you everything you need to know. And it's sad that all these archaeological people and all these people that did all this digging and everything, he gave everybody the key to what to find. Like he did. That's just my opinion. That's just I don't know until I do it myself. You know what I mean? When I do it myself, I'll find out. But I have not seen one searcher do it yet. Not one searcher. And
What are
that's
you
why
hoping? What are you alluding to? He gave you the key to what? Finding riches or answers?
just 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 finding answers, like just finding pebbles, just like finding artifacts, like digging. Like he found, like you could find things, you know what I mean? Like you could go out and you can enjoy life, but if you don't do what he's specifically telling you, you're not going to find answers to certain things. Like if you, like, okay, so say street that you want to buy property in New Mexico, okay? In San Lazaro book, he gave you answers how to find a Pueblo. He gave you answers how to find artifacts, how to find gold, how to find everything you need to find if that's what you're looking for.
Well,
How to, how
here,
to find riches. If you want to find riches, you have to go and do what he specifically said in the San Lazaro book.
I mean, respectfully, it's not about finding riches. It's about figuring out where the fuck to go.
Right,
well, Candy,
exactly.
you mentioned it earlier, Candy. That what was it, Doug or whoever did a poem about hidden in plain sight? Carl, whoever
Yeah.
wrote it. Think about that. In the early days, Forrest, every time someone said, "Here's Forrest buried a treasure," he's like, "Oh no," he'd correct them. I never said. I didn't want to give that away as a clue or a hint. And come on, that's highlighting. That's highlighting the fact they said buried. Well, can something be buried in plain sight? It sure can.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's what Andy
Exactly.
has been talking about, sifting through all the connections and making the final path, the big picture.
Like I said,
Exactly.
I did the book and I've read it here and there, not the whole thing, because you know me, I don't never read a whole full book. So like
Wait,
I'll
who's
do,
also in World War II? Hold on. Julie Francis, a good trope.
but he's giving so many clues in the San Lazaro book, it's unbelievable. Like if you go and read that book, just certain chapters, you'll be like, holy shit. Did he just say that? He shit all over like archaeology, like all them, all those people that do research and everything. These people never told anybody anything like what he said in San Lazaro. Like he specifically, if you read a certain chapter and you understand what it's saying, you'll understand that, fuck, I need to buy property in New Mexico. He's telling you. He's telling you exactly what to look for.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm not
Veterans
saying,
Day.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on. What day is Veterans Day again?
What?
What day is Veterans Day, Street? Street, where the fuck are you?
Damn, I was muted. I was talking away muted. Sorry. I think it's in September, isn't it?
Veterans Day?
Oh, hell, I don't know.
Hold on. Shit. You're not helping me right now, Street. Okay, Veterans Day. Veterans Day. Hold on a second. November 11th.
November?
Yeah, November 11th. Okay, what happened on November 11th in the chase? I know something happened. November 11th. Forest. And I think I just found a connection. Hold on. Shit, where's Ben when I need him? September. Oh, okay. Late last week on November 11th, Stu through. Oh my God. Oh, I think I'm onto these fuckers. Oh my God, Street. I think I'm onto these fuckers.
What happened?
A set of items from Forest Fence Treasure will be available to bid on at Heritage Auctions beginning Friday, November 11th. Okay, so November 11th was Veterans Day, right? It was also George Fission's birthday. He fought in World War II, and that was September. Hold on. What was it again? Let me go back here.
What
Okay,
year
so
was that auction you're talking about that occurred November 11th? What year?
1 year ago, so 2023.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, sorry, 2022. Wait, what is this thing? We're in 2024, right?
Yeah.
Why? What the fuck? It's showing 1 year ago, and it's showing November 11th, 2022, but then the thing says a year ago, which would be 2023. I'm tripping balls right now. Okay. Um, More than 2 years after roughly $3 million cache of Forest Fence buried treasure was found in Wyoming, most of the spoils are now up for bid. Heritage Auction in Dallas. I think I'm onto something, dude. Okay, so Frisian died the same day Fen died, right? And it talks about, okay, so both of them died September 7th. And then I don't know why I said 6th earlier. I meant 7th. I'm terrible with numbers. Um, Doc was fondly called and was born on November 11th. November 11th, 1924, and raised by his grandparents on the family ranch near Ten Sleep, Wyoming. His Depression-era childhood spent pushing cows, riding the range, and finding artifacts along the way exerted profound influence on his life and professional career. It was through this experience that Doc gained a deep understanding of landscape, learned to hunt to feed his family, and developed what would prove to be an insatiable curiosity about the ancient inhabitants and cultures of the region. So when he was 17, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7th. Okay, so December 7th is when Jack came out as Jack Stoof, right?
Something came out and out. Yeah, something came out. Outsider magazine, was that
Yeah,
something?
Outside
Yeah, something
Magazine.
came out.
So Fenn died September 7th. 2 weeks later, which I believe was October something. No, it was September. What was the other date that he came out? Because remember the
Well,
Medium article?
keep in mind June 6th was D-Day.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
June 6th was D-Day. September 7th was Labor Day. Then you have December 7th for Pearl Harbor Day. What day did Jack come out for the Medium article? I mean, it wasn't Jack that came out. It was a finder on the Medium article. Shit. What? Hold on.
I think October. Forrest had
No,
already cast
it'd be 2 weeks after September 7th. So it would be, I can't think, what's 14 plus 7?
21.
So okay, September 21st. What day is that? I know it's another war day, isn't it? National New. Are you sure it was that day? Hold on. Forest Fen Medium article. A Remembrance of Forest Fen. Okay, that's the one that we're Okay, so that was, oh my God, why is there so many things? Click here. September 23rd. So September 23rd. So then what was September 23rd again? September, I know September 23rd. What? Is that a war day too? It shows National Snack Stick Day.
Snack stick.
Yeah.
Are
Snack
you
stick.
serious?
Here's a snack for you. I do know 923. 9 to 3.
Wait, I remember
6 6.
on this day what happened September 23rd. Wasn't there, I swear there was a war day for this. John Coltrane. I could have sworn there was a war day for the Remembrance article. Wasn't there? American film Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Sigmund Freud. There's something with the war. Let's see. A small group of Puerto Rican radicals committed to independence attempted an uprising. Otto von Bismarck, American Revolution. No, shit. Am I losing history? I could have sworn that the Medium article also had a war connection.
Well, what was the date with Freud? What was the connect? What did Freud do on that day?
He died in London.
Let the games begin.
Well, I
And
think it's
hold
weird
on,
that,
the funny connection to that too. What do mediums do? They talk to the dead.
oh God, I can't. Okay, wait, so he was called Doc. Veterans Day. So his birthday, which coincided with Veterans Day, was one day the year that he did not come to his lab. October 2011, George traveled to Washington, D.C. and honor fight with other World War II veterans. June Glanville, proved to be the love of his life. They married the same year, moved back to the ranch. Carol, June. That's interesting. What the fuck? What is this? Okay. Hold on. He began communicating with Marie Warmton at the Denver Museum of Natural History. Isn't that what Fenn talked about in what was it, Preston's book? Remember? Or not Preston's book. It was Fenn's Once Upon a While and Preston had like a forward in it or something. Do you remember that street?
Yeah, the only book I read was The Thrill of the Chase, but I think, yeah, I think the first copy, not the revised one, but the first copy was had a foreword with of Douglas Preston, right?
Yeah, and he talked about how it had something to do with the Denver Museum of Nature and Science or some shit.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The
it says right
yeah.
here that he had like this big connection to the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. Like what? Okay, join the Society of American Archaeology. There's the Plains Conference. Preston Holder. Who the fuck is Preston Holder? George and June gradually started taking summer school classes. I don't know. I'm finding like some interesting correlations with Frisian and these dates that Fenn's all associated with. Like, I can't fucking figure it out, Street. Why did Frisian die the same day Fenn died?
Yeah, he was up in like Montana or something too, wasn't he? Where he
Yeah.
lived.
Oh, like, I don't think that's a coincidence, especially with CIA, dude. And his birthday is November 11th. That's when the treasure goes on auction. What the fuck? George Frisian. What the hell? So Cornfellow. What in the hell? Do you see these rabbit holes I put myself in? Article clip from the Santa Fe, New Mexican. Like, Ben Cash and the Colby Mammoth kill. George Carl Frischen, Steve. Ooh, I'm gonna click that. What is that? Oh, nope, never mind. Don't click it. College of Liberal Arts, George Frischen. Like, why did they die on the same day? It's gonna drive me crazy. Wait, hold on. One of them, George Frischen, Jack mentioned in his Medium articles? What? Do you remember that?
No.
Hold on. Okay, continue. Fuck is this? We sit on a soft leather couch and our conversation meanders from Jimmy Carter's passionate arrow collecting to the intricacies of property law, blah, blah, blah. Madison River. Where the fuck does it mention George Frischen? Starts talking about fishing spots on the Madison River and quoting the poem while doing it. Okay, hold on. Where the fuck did Frischen go? What in the hell? I don't know. If you want to go down, what? More rabbit holes about the other stuff you're talking about, you can while I talk to myself about these weird articles that make no sense.
Connections. That's all it is. Connections, man.
But what's up with the nutrition thing? Do you know there's like 14,000 people that were at the Clovis and Beyond conference?
14,000?
Yeah, that's what Fenn said in his article for the Mother of Indiana Jones.
Well, that group of people, they don't like outsiders, man. They like to keep it all to themselves, and everyone toes the line, and no one. Hell, that's their career. That wasn't Forrest Finn's career, and that's what he pissed a lot of people off, archaeologists, the government, because they couldn't control him.
Yeah.
So they went after him legally.
Same thing with me. You can't control me. It's great.
Well, those same lines we've been talking, think about it. If you, and we see it in the movies, we read it in books, how do you protect yourself? Having information, and we always hear, hey, if something ever happens to me, here's a safety deposit box, open it and show the world. We hear that that's their safety net, that's their security. So, yeah, it makes total sense to me. And he picks the dates of wars, these monumental moments, we'll call them, in throughout the chase, especially post find. Yeah, it's all about war. He's
War.
war with the government and the world.
Exactly. War and the forced stupid shit they had to do because of the government.
And let's throw Freud in there with some ego. any Carl Jung in there too.
I don't think I saw that one, but that would be funny. Wait, did we lose Greg? What happened to him? Did he fall asleep? Where did he go?
No, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Are you falling over?
No, I'm just reading some emails for work.
Oh, being all proactive and shit. Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Etymology.
Well, I'm listening. That's all.
I feel like going down the rabbit hole again. Okay, so September
I'm
20th.
listening. I'm listening to your fucked up rabbit hole. So don't worry.
Rabbit hole. We have the same
Because
fucking.
your rabbit holes are so fucked up, I don't even know which. You have so many fucking rabbit holes. I don't even know which fucking rabbit hole you went down. I mean, you went down so many thousands of fucking rabbit holes, fucking Candy. I don't even know which rabbit hole you even come out of anymore.
I'm not in a rabbit hole anymore, Greg. I'm in the fucking.
Oh, you're always in a fucking rabbit hole.
No, I'm in the tunnel. Catch up.
No, now you're in a tunnel. Oh my god, that's even worse.
Yep. Pete and I are in the tunnel. When are you gonna catch up to us? We're waiting for you, buddy.
No, I ain't coming down that tunnel
Well, then why the fuck are you in Victoria Peak?
because I like Victoria Peak.
You
Well,
like
you
the
can't
goal.
like Victoria Peak unless you're in the tunnel.
I like the Victoria Peak. I also like the crown that I found the picture of for Victoria Peak.
Crown that says Queen Charlotte. And like I said, that was Queen Victoria's great great grandmother.
Did you find the coin that had the guy on it with the beard?
Are you talking about the one that's pertaining to the priest that had secret letters from Queen Victoria herself talking about how to find the fucking cities of gold? That one?
Yeah. And then did you find the church? And then do you find the scroll that they were talking about, the scroll from the church?
Yes, I just
Yeah.
mentioned it.
Are we
Uh-huh.
playing I Spy here?
No, it's I'm trying to fill in the blanks for Greg because I have the same shit he's
Yeah,
just.
yeah, she's just doing research that I've done already.
I already had this. I don't need to do research again. I'm beyond that.
Okay.
It goes back to the same premise. Are you looking for gold or are you looking for answers? It's pretty
Right.
obvious the gold's gone. So what if you're still here? You have to be
I
looking for
don't
answers.
I don't think that I think the gold's gone out of Victoria Peak. I think it's moved to the west and northeast. That's what I'm saying. I think the gold is moved to the west and it's moved to the northeast. I think it was separated in two parts.
It's 7 parts. That's why it's called Atslan. That's why it's called the Seven Tribes
Well,
of the Seven.
you think 7 parts. I think 2 parts.
Oh my God, you cannot rewrite history, dude. It's the 7 caves of the 7 tribes of the Aztecs. Atslan.
Well,
White hair.
when you find the first one, let me know.
Okay, this is what you don't understand, Greg. It's not moved. It's one massive location. Our dumbasses just pertain it to be different places that were moved. The 7 cities of gold, aka Victorio Peak. Victorio Peak is just a room in this massive fucking continent, basically, that was known as Atlan, aka Atlantis.
So you think Victoria Peak was Atlantis?
There's so many pieces. There's Honduras. There's fucking Cozumel. There's all these different places. There's the
But
White
you
Sand
you
Hill. There's
think the
San
government
Juan.
you think the government already took it all?
They can't take all of it because they're dumbasses and they can't find the rest of it. The Palace of Palenque was another piece of it.
So
The
explain
Lost
that.
City
What
of
you
the
just
Monkey
said.
God.
What you just said. What are you talking about?
The Palace of Palenque. The
Yeah,
freaking Lost City of the Monkey God. All these
yeah.
places. Honduras. Fucking New Mexico. The White Missile Range thing. That's a government part. San Lazaro. That's a government part, but they don't have all of it. Like this place was so massive back then that what we know of now we think are just little bits of forbidden cities that were moved. It wasn't. They weren't moved. It's all a fucking clusterfuck.
So you think everything's in New Mexico?
Street, can you help me explain to Greg what I'm trying to convey?
Well, no. I'm just asking you. Where do you think all the locations are? Somewhere in New Mexico?
Honduras, Mexico, New Mexico, fucking Arizona. Um what's the other part street that I talk about? Colorado. Like
Hell, I've actually they're starting to link it up to like, is it Utah? Like southern Utah, they think it's spread
No,
all the
I'm
way
just
up.
asking you. What states do you think all these locations are in? That's all I'm asking.
I just said.
So you only think New Mexico and Colorado?
I did not say that.
You just said that.
I said Honduras. I said the location of the Palace of
I'm
Palenque.
talking about the United States.
Oh my god. Street, help me.
Basically, what she's saying is all the gold that the Mayans had, the cities of gold and all those
Right,
folklores and legends, well, they
right,
were running from the Spaniards. Candy's saying that that's a set of cities of gold and blah blah blah. And when you get to the end of it, the Nirvana, we'll call it, or what I don't know
right,
what.
right.
That's
What?
where, but they're finding out the farther they research, hell, they're not publicly coming out. Archaeologists and the institution isn't saying, oh, yeah, they went up the Mississippi up into the Ohio Valley and Minnesota. No, but they're finding shit that's Mayan based. It has a Mayan culture to it. Their pottery, their
Right.
ceramics,
No,
their
I know what you're
figurine.
saying. Okay, but I'm just asking you, what
Okay,
state
Greg.
do you think it's
Once
in?
upon a time, there was this mystical little city or massive city called Atlan, the 7 tribes, the 7 K, or sorry, the 7 caves of the 7 tribes of the Aztecs. Okay. And this place, the city was so massive, it spanned continents. Okay. It was Colorado, it was Arizona, it was Utah, it was Mexico, it was New Mexico, it was Honduras. It was fucking massive. And throughout time and history and
Okay.
Spaniards and the siege of the Spaniards, it dwindled away. So what people believe it to be are just little cities that were dispersed and hidden, but it wasn't. It's fragments of what once was a massive fucking city called Atlan, aka Atlantis. So it's not, oh, it moved, it moved, it moved. It didn't move. It's still the same place. It's just time fucking made it seem like it's just little tiny places when it was like it's fucking massive. Think of it like Pangea.
Okay, I see what you're saying. No, I understand what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. I'm just saying, what states do you think that all these tunnels, everything leads to every? You see, what I'm saying, like, what states are intertwined? Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Honduras, Mexico, New Mexico, Colorado, Arizona, Utah, I think Ohio too. Right, Street? Ohio?
Georgia, all along the Mississippi, especially like Georgia, Louisiana, Ohio Valley. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all I'm asking is like, what do you think? Like in your theory, like what?
It's just a massive, it's, how do I explain?
And like a massive tunnel to everything.
Yeah, like it's all gonna, like all these little rabbit holes, they all drop into the same tunnel.
And to me, if you look at these ancient cultures, and I'll throw in just for shits and giggles, the streets of heaven are paved with gold. So we're
Yeah.
associating with the heavens, the gods, and gold. And all these cultures treasured gold for that purpose to get closer to the gods. And look at, I'll bring up Serpent Mound, Greg. It's in Ohio. All of these ancient cultures throughout the world, not just the area we're talking about, the centers of knowledge throughout antiquity seem to have a connection with the stars and the gods, and gold
Correct.
was right along with it. And they,
I can argue that because everything in the past has something to do with stars and all kinds of fucking shit, like the pyramids and all kinds of shit. They all
well,
do.
to me, it goes back to the premise of this invisible, weird, bearded God. That's why I get down on Christianity. Any common, don't read the Bible. If you was just born and never read it, and someone told you that story and say, "Hey, do you think that's true or false or just made up?" You laugh and say, "Hell, don't. How can you even ask me that question? Of course, it's a make believe story. It's impossible. Everything about it is impossible." Well, the way they
So
tell it's
so you
impossible.
saying you're atheist?
What?
Are you atheist?
I don't believe in a God that the Bible talks about, or any of these religions talk about, as this eminent spiritual being that sees all, knows all, judges us. No, I'm saying the ancient cultures knew, and in their stories, the gods actually interacted with them, and there was a lot of them. There wasn't just one. There was a leader, and what was what chit now? What the hell was the one? The dragon? What was that called, Candy?
What?
What was the god in South America and Central, the dragon?
Are we talking mind culture?
No, their god, the dragon god, the one that brought him like all the knowledge and building and agriculture. What was his name? It
Uh,
starts with a C, I think.
uh I dra-
I'm just-
I don't know what you're talking about, a dragon.
He's saying a dragon.
The Mayan god, the
The Mayan
flying
god?
the
Oh,
flying.
Quetzalcoatl. It starts the Q.
Yeah, okay, Quetzalcoatl. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Isn't it? Do you think it's a coincidence that the Orientals worshipped their god as a dragon too? That's what he symbolized, a dragon. That's not a freaking coincidence. And guess what? All of these gods, rather it's a serpent, an invisible white bearded guy sitting on a throne and floating in a city in the sky, it all tells the same story. some civilized, intelligent culture came to Earth and manipulated and interacted with us. I don't see how I can't see how anyone can argue. No, that's crazy. The Bible, it's invisible bearded white guy sitting on a city floating in the sky. Come on, man. Get the hell out of here with that shit.
No, I see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, we still have no answers.
Well, at the end of the day, the question arises, if you believe in these stories, and I'll use Christianity, you're scared to die because you know you fucked up. You're going to hell and you're scared.
Well, not only that, you can't put it on one religion because we could argue the fact that other religions are wrong too. You see where I'm coming from? Like not just one religion. Like when you say Christianity, we could argue the fact of all the other religions, they're wrong too. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, their premise of these supernatural being that oversees, creates us, and all that. Yeah, they are exactly fucking wrong. It was a,
Right,
it was a,
but
it
that's what
was
I'm
a,
saying.
it was an ignorant population that was not educated, did not have no fucking common sense when it came to things like this and what's out there,
But
and they,
people interpreted it their own way for their own fucking religion and their own money at the end of
yeah,
the day.
yeah, that's what they did. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, religion is a moneymaker.
Well, okay, exactly. I'm glad you said that. If the Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil, well, there's not a church out there that does not love their fucking money. They all do
Well,
because they're tax
right,
free.
but so why do I have to go to church and give 40 or 50% of my income to a church when I'm not supposed to?
Why do you go there to begin with?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like I'm just throwing philosophy. You know what I mean? I'm just like
Right.
most of the
Well,
time,
I
people go to church. Don't they throw fucking money in a basket? Don't they throw money that you're supposed to give, like so much money? Like they claim that the Bible says you have to give all this money, like your earnings and stuff.
actually what think about it. Why does it? I'll use Christianity because it's in America, it's prominent. Why do people go to church and believe in Christianity to begin with? It's not to think about it. The reason they go because they don't know what the hell's going to happen after they die. And they're doubling down. They're scared. That's why most religious people will not talk about it and they don't like to hear me talk about it because it scares them. You
Wait,
old
street,
bro.
street. I'm back into the rabbit hole of rereading a Remembrance of Forrest Fenn from the Medium article, right?
Right.
And it says, okay, so Forrest Fenn was the kind of man to drink buttermilk out of the bottle. He kept alligators in the garden of his art gallery. He collected run over soda cans as pieces of found art. He loved books and language and held on to words like cream that apparently nobody but he still used. He went into business with former Texas Governor John Connally, the Johnson and Nixon confidant who was wounded by the magic bullet in the Kennedy assassination, to sell Elmer DeHory's famed fraudulent masterpieces as fraudulent masterpieces. Forrest once shot a mountain lion and leapt down into a canyon, grabbed hold of the top of the tree, climbed down it, and tied the carcass to a rope so he could lift it out and get $50 bounty from the Cattlemen's Association. But please explain to me why this is like the fifth time there is John Connally and Nixon and Kennedy assassination mentioned in a fucking Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase article.
Must be trying to make a point about him, huh?
Uh-huh. And I've read this article 1,000 times over. And did you know I don't remember this ever being in there because stuff like this, until I was actually looking for it, went right past me, went right over my head. I didn't care. I was like, oh, Nixon, Connolly, oh, I don't care. Skip to the good part. And now I know what to look for. That name pops out. I'm like, oh shit, red flag.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yup. Because why? Because was finally I finally digested this information and now I know what to look for. So I don't care about a solution to where a box of gold resided in the Rockies. I'm skipping over that shit. What I'm reading is Connolly, Nixon, fucking JFK assassination. I'm sorry, what? Why is this in an article called A Remembrance of Forrest Fenn? Drives me crazy. Okay, Forrest wrote poignantly about his struggles with self-esteem and self-worth, and it's probably these writings I connected to most. In the few years before I had heard of Forrest Fenn, my confidence in myself had been totally destroyed. I like to think it aided me in finding the treasure. With any self or without any self-confidence in my abilities, I had to stick to the evidence and not stray into hunches and speculation not strictly supported by the facts and into their close cousin confirmation bias. Knowing the exact spot on the globe where a person would like to die is a weird intimacy to share with a stranger. But the experience of figuring it out. See, they mention it a lot. It. It.
What was that? The self-confidence. Self-confidence equates to ego. Same
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so then perhaps helping me regain that belief in myself will be Forrest's greatest legacy to me. In the outpouring of love Forrest received from his fans after his death, it was clear he knew just what to say to make people feel special. For me, it was soon after I told him I found the treasure when he let me know completely unprompted that he thought I was a genius. Few human being few human beings peak as octogenarian octogenarians. For most, old age is a slow dimming of the light. Forrest fought against that. At 80, he attracted a large audience for the first time in his writing career. That's not true. He had a lot of people before that. And in the next decade, as he continued to deal with the passing of his peers, he made hundreds or perhaps thousands of new friends, treasure searchers he met at gatherings, and sometimes in his comfortable museum of a home. For a decade, he wrote a memoir at a breakneck pace. For a decade. I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, Sri, but didn't Fenn say he wrote TTOTC in like less than 6 months?
I don't remember. I just know I worked on that poem for 15 years. I don't
Well, yeah,
know. Yeah.
the there's an interview.
He wrote the book for 6 months, but the poem was 15 years.
Yeah, so then why for a decade he wrote a memoir? For a decade, he wrote memoir at a breakneck pace. He wrote memoir. Why? That's like the most, that's not grammatically correct at all. For a decade, he wrote memoir at a breakneck pace, sharing stories of his life with great relish, yet seeming to never run out of them, even when he was down to telling us about the condiments in his refrigerator and the spices in his cabinets. I think that's really important. Okay, he didn't seem to mind that much of his audience wasn't really listening to what he was saying and were only looking for secret hints. For a man who expressed anxiety about getting Alzheimer's, he seemed to have found the perfect deterrent to cognitive decline, talking frequently and in guarded detail about a huge, closely held secret to a cache of gold, yet never divulging it to the thousands of interested people inquiring. Do you see that, Street? He's not talking about the treasure of gold, like the treasure chest of gold. He's saying he guarded detail about a huge, closely held secret to a cache of gold, yet never divulging it to the thousands of interested people inquiring.
Yeah.
In a decade, this is the third time it says in a decade again. In a decade, he never made more than a couple of subtle slip ups in front of all the dogged reporters who came to his house. And even those apparently haven't been caught by anyone besides me. He never paid to advertise his hunt, yet seemingly every media outlet wanted a piece of him, and he still managed to stay sharp as attack and keep his secret where till the very end. Forrest had the ultimate poker face. In the summer of 2018, the only time I had talked to Forrest on the phone before finding the treasure, I called to tell him in desperation I had found a blaze. The mark that the poem says points to the treasure. That seemed after some effort by me to have been faked by a cruel fellow searcher, even though it had evidently been there for years. I couldn't believe the chances. I told him exactly where I had been searching, but the call only lasted about 20 seconds, and he gave no impression he found my discovery at all interesting. That fake blaze was less than 1,000 feet from where I eventually found the treasure, and that's not even the half of the story. When I met Forrest, he had forgotten about the phone call and found it amusing when I told him, of course, he had no idea how much I had tortured myself trying to read his reaction to that call. And then it zooms in to these dirty ass coins, and it's focusing on Queen Victoria, by the way. Um, Lost in some of the remembrances of Forrest and his generosity, Forrest used his chase not for personal profit, but supported a local independent bookseller and raised tens of thousands of dollars for cancer victims. He was a benefactor and donated artifacts from his personal collection over the years to the Buffalo Bill Center of the West in Cody, Wyoming, on whose board he served for several years. Despite his years of disagreements with academics over the subject of archaeology, he supported and served on the board of the George C. Frischen Institute at the Department of Anthropology at the University of Wyoming. Dr. Frischen passed away the very same day as Forrest. Huh. That's interesting. You know, it'd be really nice, Greg, if you could release that Pam Shretton email that she has.
No.
Okay, then can I ask a
Don't
question?
even ask. Don't even ask a question.
Well, I just want to ask one.
No, I won't answer it.
Well, I just want to know if Frischen was mentioned in that email.
I'm not gonna answer any question on that email. Nothing.
Oh, you got a gag order on you, don't you?
I don't have a gag order. I'm not answering anything that you know.
Hey, Street, are you smelling what I'm smelling?
What email are we talking about here?
The Pam email.
Oh, the one that she accidentally got?
Yeah. I just want to know if that email mentioned Frischen at all.
No.
Ask.
Thanks, Street.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Forrest's
It
greatest gift
doesn't.
to humanity was. See, look, of course, Forrest's greatest gift to humanity was his treasure. Do you see the magnitude of those words? Humanity? Not like the Chase community, not the world. They chose the word humanity.
That's a pretty holistic word to encompass it all, isn't it?
Aside from the other word that Forrest used, profound. Forrest's greatest gift to humanity was his treasure.
Why? Say that again.
In the Medium article, it says, of course, Forrest's greatest gift to humanity was his treasure. So let's go into the land of etymology for a second, kids. Because Forrest taught us etymology is the key to everything. So humanity, etymology. Into the land we go. Okay, human. So it's saying kindness, graciousness, human nature, humankind, life on earth, human race, mankind, good breeding, human nature, quality of being human, race of humans. Hold on, man. Oh, hey, Street. Did you know humanity also etymologically derives to mean the word kind and gentle?
Shy?
Not shy, but kind and gentle. What would you actually categorize as shy and gentle, Street?
Humble,
Meek?
meek. Yeah. The list goes on, doesn't it?
So if it says from there, it's no place for the meek, could that also translate to being humanity or
Yep.
humans
Yep.
or earth? Because look at this. It says right here, this is in part from Degomen, literally earthling, earthly being, as opposed to the gods. From the root dignum, earth. But there is no subtle explanation of the sound changes involved. Hebrew, Adam, man. So it's literally saying that humanity or human translates to mean earth or gentle kind. So when you see and hear the term, the meek shall inherit the earth, fascinating.
Well, let's take it one step further in that thought process, shall we? When you find an answer to something, you become docile and content. And no matter what someone says, if you know for a fact what the truth is, you're meek. You take on this, okay, whatever, all right, and they'll tell you how stupid you are and how okay, all right, whatever.
Exactly.
Is
Oh,
meek to think acceptance.
well,
Acceptance in a meek situation, they accept they are inferior in some capacity, physically, mentally, whatever. You become meek in the presence of something else. And in this case, we're answers and knowledge. You're meek in the existence of knowledge and answers.
well, you're gonna love this one. From the late Middle Ages, the singular word humanity served to distinguish classical studies from natural sciences on one side and sacred studies, divinity, on the other side. The term's modern career is not well charted, but by the 18th century, humanity, in its academic sense, seems to have fallen out of widespread use, except in Scottish universities, where it meant the study of Latin. Its revival as a plural in the course of the following century apparently arose from a need for a label for the multiple new liberal studies or culture studies entering university circula, physiology, world, human existence, the affairs of life, mankind, the human race. Like,
So
do you
does it
know?
equates to our relationship with divinity and the stars in essence?
Yep.
Yep. Yep. That's yep. Right.
So there is a article written about Forrest Fenn titled Remembrance of Forrest Fenn, and it literally talks about his greatest gift to humanity was his treasure. And people are going to still sit here and say it was about a little box of gold worth less than $1 million being guarded by a fucking fish named Brown. All right, that's cool. I
Well,
like it
okay, take
too.
it one step further. If the same premise is treasure doesn't equate to gold, it relates to answers and divinity, whatever, humanity. What does
Mm.
trove equal? The sum of it all? So why is I had to put the sum of all my knowledge? The answer is I already know. I've done it tired a week. I've walked that path, man. I found it out. Now you find it out if you want.
Well, check this out. So now he says, sure, it could only be given to one person, the one who found it, who found it, not the treasure, it. But it inspired hope the world over and the joy of discovery for all those. The fuck was that? The fuck? Why in the merciful heavens on earth am I hearing clicking in my house?
Clicking?
I'm hearing clicking.
A constant clicking or just
Like I heard it for a second, then I heard it again. The fuck? It's weird. Whatever. Okay, no deed goes unpunished, of course, and that hope spun off into a myriad permutations Forrest couldn't have anticipated.
No deed goes unpunished. It's not no deed goes unappreciated or whatever. No deed goes unpunished. So that's alluding to, bad deeds? You're not going to get punished for a good deed, are you?
Exactly. But this one's interesting. And that hope spun off into myriad permutations. Myriad permutations.
Well, hope is what he wanted to give everybody with this. I wanted to give everybody hope. Hope.
But it's humanity. Hold on a second. Hold on. Is there a myriad of combinations, grammatical? Hold on. Wait, what? A myriad is a lot of something. If you're talking about ancient Greece, a myriad is 10,000, but today you can use the word in myriad other ways. Myriad comes from the Greek meroi, the word for 10,000, or less specific, a countless amount. Okay, 10,000. Reflect a mistaken belief that the word was originally and still probably only an uh, 10,000. 10,000 permutations. What is a permutation? The term permutation refers to a mathematical calculation of the number of ways a particular set can be arranged. Put simply, a permutation is a word that describes the number of ways things can be ordered or arranged. Permutations, the order of the arrangement matters. Did you know that, Street?
No.
So often,
Arranging the order of matter.
well, it's saying often major or fundamental change, as in character or condition, based primarily on rearrangement of existent elements. Also, a form or variety resulting from such change, the act or process of changing the lineal order of an ordered set of objects.
History is the object we're looking at, aren't we?
Almost. Hold on. In mathematics, a permutation of a set can mean one of two different things: an arrangement of its members in a sequence or linear. Remember, this man CIA, he ain't just talking to talk. And according to Pam, if parts of that article were fucking sent to her before his death, I think those are the puzzle pieces we should pay attention to. Okay, in mathematics, a permutation of a set can mean one or two different things: an arrangement of its members in a sequence or linear order, or the act or process of changing the linear order of an ordered set. An example of the first meaning is the six permutation orderings of the set written as tuples. They are 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, and 3, 2, 1. Anagrams of a word whose letters are all different are also permutations. See, I knew they were talking about fucking anagrams. Let me see. Okay, so anagrams of a word whose letters are all different are also permutations. The letters are already ordered in the original word, and the anagram reorders them. The study of permutations of finite sets is an important topic in combinatorics and group theory. Permutations are used in almost every branch of mathematics and in many other fields of science. In computer science, they're used for analyzing sorting algorithms, in quantum physics for describing states of particles, and in biology for describing RNA sequences. Do you see what my brain does?
I know this. Forrest grew up, his dad in education. I've mentioned it many a time. Public education is a guess what I'm thinking system. It's not a creativity. They don't spawn creativity. They spawn guess what I'm thinking, stay in line, blah, blah. What's the fucking poem? Guess what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but it's also, wait, what? Al-Khalil, an Arab mathematician and cryptographer, wrote the Book of Cryptographic Messages. It contains the first use of permutations and combinations to list all possible Arabic words with and without vowels. To rule to determine the number of permutations of n objects was known in Indian culture around 1150 AD. The Lilavati by the Indian mathematician contains a passage that translates as follows. The product of multiplication of the arithmetical series beginning and increasing by unity and continued to the number of places will be the variations of number of specific figures. I think. What? Okay, hold on. Explain the number of permutations of bells and change ringing. Starting from two bells, first two must be admitted to be varied in two ways, which he illustrates by showing 1, 2, and 2, 1. He then explains that with three bells, there are 3 times 2 figures to be produced out of 3, which again is illustrated. His explanation involves castaway 3 and 1.2 will remain, castaway 2 and 1.3 will remain, castaway 1 and 2.3 will remain. He then moves on to 4 bells and repeats the casting away argument, showing that there will be 4 different sets of 3. Effectively, this is a recursive process. He continues with 5 bells using the casting away method and tabulates the resulting 120 combinations. At this point, he gives up and remarks. Okay, there's something going on with this. This is not okay. Permutations played an important role in the cryptanalysis of the Enigma machine, a cipher device used by Nazi Germany during World War II. In particular, one important property of permutations, namely the 2 permutations, are conjuncted exactly when they have the same cycle type, was used by cryptologist Marian Rajkowski to break the German Enigma cipher in turn of years 1932 to 1933. What? The okay, other use of the term permutation. This isn't normal, Street. That sentence is not normal.
Well, this whole premise, everything about the thrill, the chase, the memoir. Guess what I'm thinking? Guess what I'm thinking? And if you think that what he's thinking is a location on a map of where he wants to die, what
No.
makes a location special? It's not, it's the feeling we get when we're there. And guess what? When we're not able to go there, like physically, we mentally, like he told the story in My War for Me, he started going to shock. What did he do? He took himself to a fishing in Texas with his dad to calm himself down, took him out of his, out. He basically did an out of body experience to calm his ass down. So the premise is, guess what I'm thinking? The poem. Once again, if you think it's an actual location and that's the answer to the poem, oh man, what chase were you playing? I don't get it.
Well, like, think about it. He says humanity, and then it talks about 10,000, then talks about permutation. That's not a normal sentence. 10,000 permutation. Okay, hold on. Oh, what the fuck is this? That what? Algorithm. Hold on. 10,000. What? Why is this very fucking specific? What is find the total number of combinations? Permutation combinations. What in the fuck? How do you know permutations exist in this world? Dude, CIA is fucking cracked out. What is this? What is the opposite of permutation? What are the keywords for permutation? Arrangement, sequence, or order? Wait, didn't Finn say something about that? The clues went in not chronological order because that's time.
Contiguous,
Yeah,
contiguous.
isn't contiguous another variation or word for sequence?
Yeah.
But it's also touching, right? Contiguous means to touch.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, footsteps in the path of our life touch. In other words, the you know, um, when I was 1 year old is contiguous where I am now. It's the path we walk in life. It's contiguous. We can't run from our past, the path we walked. And what I mean by the path we walked, it's learning the things we learn through life, the lessons, the where we're at, how we think, what we do.
huh. I swear this article is not normal.
No, well, it's one of those things we've all talked about it. You mentioned it again tonight. We reread things from the past, and because we've traveled and went down these rabbit holes we're called, they start to make sense like, oh shit, I can't believe I missed that. Or, things like that. And I think people had the impression once the treasure was found, and that's why I think a major thing they want to know the answers because they wanted to know if they were on the right path. Make the connections, be contiguous with it. Was my footsteps contiguous with Forrest's 9 clues? And
Yeah.
once again, I think all 9 clues is the same, pointing to the same answer, the same spot, whatever you want to call it. They're all the same. None of them. Each clue is like it's not a step way where you like find this clue leads you to that and leads you to that. No, they all lead you to the same spot. They all reflect on the same spot.
Yeah, yeah. Same rabbit hole goes into the same tunnel.
Yeah, yeah. Spot whatever, we can title it whatever. Yeah, you end up at the same. That's we're looking for a destination. That's the answer to the poem, a destination. But people equate it to a physical instead of a mental. But guess what? Um, he alluded to it many times. Don't take off until you got them all, or however. In other words, know where you're going before you go there. Because what was that one? If you don't know where you're going, any path will take you there. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, $17 a square inch. Have you read that book?
No.
It's
Well, I know someone who did, and they pretty much gave me the rundown of it. Yeah, I never read it personally. No, I'm familiar with it.
well, like, okay, this is what is interesting to me. It says Eric was a gifted painter and writer, and Forrest was a grateful admirer who sold his work. Their friendship lasted only 10 years, but they were very influential years. You will see. Isn't that interesting? You will see.
Okay, let's look at the word influential. That's changing your thought process, isn't it? Influential.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, even if it was to equate to, oh, they influence how I dress. The 70s influenced how I dress now. Well, it's still the same premise. It's a thought process.
Yeah. Well, that's just such like that trips me the fuck out though, because like you've already got so many interesting word choices, right? And then it talks about influential, humanity, profound, myriad of permutations, which equates back to Nazi Germany and the Enigma code. And then now you have this. Like it just keeps going.
Well, think of the Enigma code. That was understanding their communications. In other words, Forrest has been communicating with us. I think he started laying the foundation of this way back. Like when he started working on a poem, he might not have wrote the book because the book wrote itself. Remember, he didn't
Yeah.
have to wrote itself. So I think he was laying. He knew where he was going with this. I think shortly after the for the battle with the government and all cancer. I think he had been working, laying the groundwork, doing articles, laying seeds 10 years prior to releasing that on the book.
Laying seeds. No, I 100% agree with that. But
And
it's
it's
also,
one of those things, we're doing it now. We're going back reading Jack's. We'll go back and people's rereading articles. I've heard many people talk about, oh, he said this back in, 2001. He said this way before he came out. And it's all, well, yeah, of course it did. He was laying the foundations.
yeah, but like what drives me crazy is like when I would read these, I was looking for answers to Wormwood's Halt and a box of gold. And even though I knew all this research that I was doing and I knew all this other stuff and I had the codex and all this shit, I still was reading these articles like, oh, I need to know about Wormwood's Halt, blah blah. And it's not that. It's not the story at all. So like now that I know the information that I know and I could like look at these articles, I fucking see shit I didn't see before. I'm paying attention to stuff I didn't fucking focus on before.
That's why in the early days, years ago, I used to joke with you, yeah, but wait, land's not an issue. Keep that in mind. Keep that seed, water that seed for a little bit, see what grows.
How many years did it take me? Oh, speaking of watering plants, you'll love this. So Shiloh decided to donate a another prize to, poker or whatever. And
Right.
it was the nozzle to his granddad's hose and a letter from Forrest talking about whenever he reads something bad about himself on the internet, he goes out and waters his plants. And then it goes on to talk about Shiloh explaining what it meant when Forrest would go out and water his plants.
He donated a spigot nose nozzle to
Yes, I've got pictures too. Oh man, it's funny.
I'm curious, is it the nice ones with
I,
the handle, or is it the old bronze or brass ones where you just turn it to turn it on and off? Like
I'm
It's the
turn
still
one with the
laughing.
handle.
I'm still laughing. You guys got a water hose in Vegas.
I didn't, but I mean, I would have loved that letter from Shiloh and Forrest. I mean, I got my own email from Forrest where he talks to me about watering plants. And for those that don't know, it means going out and pissing on some plants.
Mm-hmm.
And what's really funny too, one of the eBay items that Shiloh listed was this like 3D glass figure, and actually Mama Q got it, and it's someone pissing. It's so funny. Like Shiloh put that up on eBay, and freaking Q bought it, and she put it in her bathroom, and it's just this figurine pissing. You gotta
That's
love
funny.
her. That's what I'm saying. Like, you underestimate Shiloh. He's a very, very intelligent man, and he knows what he's doing.
Well, that's why I always used to joke about don't piss on my ficus plant. Don't come in my house and piss on my ficus plant, man.
Don't piss on my ficus plant.
Not in my house. Go piss on your own ficus plant. Leave mine alone.
That's funny. That's really funny. Ow, Jiminy Cricket.
I think it's going to be one of those monumental. A lot of people will be shaking their head like, "What?" And they'll actually their embarrassment will silence them. They'll be so fucking embarrassed, like, "Oh shit, I missed it totally. I'm totally in." And guess what? It's all documented. Someone's out there recording all this shit. It's documented. If it's not recorded, we've all heard the comments that searchers have made. Um,
Yeah.
it's going to, yeah, that's epic. That's going to be epic. You
You know
you
what
reap
I
you
regret?
reap what you sow comes to mind.
I regret deleting my channel because I didn't know what I discovered or what I had or what I was talking about back then.
You should never deleted your channel just because of Barbara.
It wasn't because of Barbara. It was because of DJ, and he wanted me to marry him, and he was like, "I don't want you being in the chase
Well,
community anymore."
it was mostly because Barbara, though, too.
No, it wasn't. It was not about Barbara at all.
You were getting scares.
I was not scared.
Are you suing her? Because you said you were suing her.
I don't want to go through that bullshit, so I'm good.
She has nothing to stand on anymore. She can't win no more.
I feel bad for her. She's a lost old lady with nothing left to hold on to except for a fucking pipe dream. Let her just be a bitter old self and just let her be.
I feel sorry for her kids, man. I really do. My heart breaks for her kids having to endure that. They went through the divorce and it was a bitter, and my heart goes out to the kids, man.
We could have went this entire lovely stream that I did without mentioning her, and you know what I'm gonna wake up to tomorrow morning? It doesn't matter that you two brought her up. She's gonna focus on me now. She's gonna post about me. I had a
You know
nice
what?
little vacation from the craziness, and now there we go, target on me.
My
Hey, you know
apologies.
what?
I'm sorry.
My apologies. I'm sorry. Fuck that bitch.
I'll just make a public service and that it was all me, Barb. Come after me. You got my
Hey,
email and all that. Come after
hey,
me, man.
Barb, why'd you come after me? You already lost one time. Why'd you come after me again? Come on, bring it. I would love it because you'll lose again.
I don't know about you guys, but I like having my time to go down research rabbit holes, not fight some pipe dream in court. Like,
Well, I
you're
don't
really
even
gonna
need to
go
fight.
before a judge and
I
say
don't
he's
need to fight. I
justified?
don't need to fight no more because she's done. She's already put a fork in her. She's done. She has nothing left.
Well, then let her just have her little scrapbook rantings and just
Yeah.
move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I have no beef with anyone that wants to go down fun little rabbit holes and scrapbooks and memory lane. Like, go for it. It's when you start pulling me into shit, my friends into shit, and doing unhinged things that I'm like, yeah, no, that's not cool.
Well, hey, I went through 2.5 years, so I deserve everything I get to say to that bitch.
Well, that's what you get for fucking thinking with your head, and I'm not talking about the one connected to your shoulders.
Well, hey, you know what? That was my own fault for 1 week.
I thought Street would have laughed a lot louder than he did, but okay.
I've been laughing so hard about it. I'm out of laughs. Like I'm out of thoughts.
I
I'm out of
mean,
laughs, man.
I mean, it's pretty funny. 1 week gave me 2.5 years in court. 1 week gave me 2.5 years in court. That's the sad thing of it all.
I'm sorry.
But you know what? At the end of the day, my last name went down in history, so they will use that court case for many years to come. So my name went down in history. Street's name went down in history.
That's not even my real name.
I mean, Candy, your name was in there. So think about it. All those people she mentioned went down in history for the next hundreds of thousands of years to come in federal court because people will use that claim number when something like this comes up again. When a vexatious litigator does it again, like what she did, it will be used again. So your name and all of our names she brought up in that federal court will be used for hundreds of years to come. So your name has went down in history, and people don't realize that.
Yeah, I don't want to be put down in history next to her. Is there any way I could opt out?
Well, you could email the court and ask for your name to be blacked out.
Redacted. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You could
Privacy.
ask for it to be redacted. You know what I mean? But like normal people that pay for it and see it, we could see it. It's already downloaded. It's already everything. But think about it in the long run. Think about it in the long run. If you ever have kids or anything, your name went down in history.
Well, I'll give some I've been giving legal advice free of charge, man. I'll give some legal advice, take it or leave it. If a situation like this arises in the future and someone like this tries to sue you saying they're the solver and you defame them, your best defense, ladies and gentlemen, listen closely, is to enter into the court. Don't run, enter in and say, no, I believe wholeheartedly and truthfully I'm the solver. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to be fucking thrown out because neither of you can prove it. Case solved. Boom. Easy.
Yeah.
Well, there's a decade again. A decade. I
10
know a
years.
decade's 10 years, yeah. Condensation 2000. Why did I put the scissors in there? Forrest asked me when he saw them. I didn't know, of course. Figured they belonged to King Tut or something like that. Why did he mention? Okay, hold on. King Tut. Okay, no, just a pair of scissors. At some point, he secreted the chest, a simple pair of metal scissors, made their way in there without him noticing. I got the sense that even after many years of preparation, the final audacious decision to actually put the chest out there was something of a whim. I'm sure he wouldn't have liked it any other way. Many searchers know that $17 square inch doesn't end with just the quadplet. There were two more characters at the bottom of the page, two omegas side by side, just like at the end of the Thrill of the Chase. I always thought they could possibly have been a hint to a clue in the poem, but how could they be if they were also in the earlier book of Eric Sloane? To me, there wasn't enough evidence of intent in order to consider it a hint. It's something I wanted to ask Forrest about when we met again, but I never got to. Some things will always remain a mystery, and I think that's fitting. Forrest always said he was ambivalent about whether he wanted to see the chest found in his lifetime or for the chase to last many decades after he passed. And the depth of that ambivalence profoundly revealed itself to me in the process of figuring out exactly where it was. Okay, I gotta look that up again. Copy. He was completely open with me about anything I wanted to confirm. His emotions were a little perplexing. I could tell there was some eagerness in finally sharing these secrets with someone, but there was also melancholy, so fitting it on this. Okay, that's like the third time he uses that word.
Which
Huh.
word? Which word?
And why can't I talk tonight?
Ambivalent?
Ambivalence.
Ambivalence. That means it's 50. He's under either way. Either way, it's not a win-win. You know, it really isn't. It's like, it's over. You know, it's basically the thrill of the chase. It was a chase. The chase is over now. It's like, now what?
Well, look at this. The relevance of the double omegas will go to the grave with the man who wrote the poem. And so it is. And then it's got the double omegas, and then it has an asterisk.
Well, let's look at Alpha Omega. We have to. If you're mention Omega, you got to mention Alpha. Alpha Omega, the beginning and the end.
I
Basically
don't
sums it all up. That's the answer to everything. Alpha Omega, the beginning and the end. Well, it
I
goes
don't
back
think it's
to
just that though, Street. I don't think
well,
it's just that.
the point I was making is it all leads back to death. We could read it and study it and near death, we could research it all we want. We will not know what's waiting for us until we get there. If anything is there, we don't know for sure. That's
Wait,
death.
what did you say ambivalence is again?
Ambivalence.
Yeah.
It's like it's a no-win situation. It's like, yeah, it's good that it's happening, but at the same time, I'm missing this. So it's like a 50-50. You're like in purgatory. It's like, okay.
Well, it's saying that it's okay, hold on. To be strong, a psychological term. Hold on. Ambivalent, having simultaneous conflicting feelings or contradictory ideas about something. Originally a term in psychology, a back formation from ambivalent in general use. Bad conflict, oracle, a message from a god expressed by divine. Here we go. Message from a god expressed by divine inspiration through a priest or priestess in answer to a human inquiry, usually respecting some future event. From Old French oracle, temple, house of prayer. Directly from Latin oraculum, divine announcement, place where oracles are given. To pray, to plead, to beseech, with material instruments. Yeah, to beseech. There you go.
Was that the biblical definition of ambivalence?
No, just the etymological one.
Etymology.
Yep. The
Well,
agency or
what
medium of God.
once again, it leads back up to the stars in heaven. And we, as a humanity, equate the all-knowing, all-seeing answers to all as God in the heavens. No matter what religion That's why people go to churches and synagogues and mosque and whatever. They're searching for answers in life. And basically it boils down to death. It's not about life. They try to teach it, oh, this is how to live a good life. Well, the purpose of living a good life is so you can go to heaven. So all religions, when you break them down to their basics and why people go to them and believe in them, is because of the unknown of when we're going to go, if we go anywhere when we die.
Well, it's still tripping me out because it's I.
What is it?
Yes. That's what it is. It's I. Omega etymologically just means I. Not the letter I. I'm talking about EYE, I.
Yeah, third eye, wisdom, knowledge,
Also known as ego.
ego. Yeah. Well,
Okay,
no,
what about that?
that's that's what you're battling. You're not
No,
going to
no.
open.
The etymologically speaking, the word I actually translates to mean ego.
Okay, well, yeah, yeah. I
It
took it one
does.
step further. In order to open that eye, you have to control it. The first battle and resistance is your ego. That's what's going to stop you, hinder you, or you have to defeat that. And what I mean by defeat it is control it. You're never going to defeat it. You just have to learn how to control it.
Wait, hold on. There's often vowel stems fixed in a Greek origin, also in Latin. Letter L. Hey, that's what he has in the book, which I never, a zero. Railroads, the use of slang. Alpha. Okay, but that's Omega. Astronomers doesn't know the brightest star of each constellation. They use Greek letters. The names begin with Bear's Atlas. Wait a minute. In astronomy, the designation of the brightest star of each constellation. Oh my God, that's what it is. Oh my God. There's no way it's that easy.
What constellation?
The one from Once Upon a While.
Yeah.
Hold on, hold on. And I already know which one this is, but do you want to know the brightest star in the constellation of what's on Once Upon a While that Forrest Fenn is catching with his little fishing hook?
Does it start with an S?
It's known as the Kingfisher.
Yeah.
Kingfisher. Okay, hold on.
Well,
Back.
we've talked about it before, Candy. That revised version had that main brightest star equal and level with Forrest. It went from below him to equal with him. And that's basically saying, oh shit, someone knows the answer. They're equal with him.
Well, so this is what I love so much, and this is why people love to call me crazy. Kingfishers are a family, the Alcedinidae, of small to medium-sized, brightly colored birds, right? But then you keep going down the line, right? Oh wait, sorry, it's the wrong one. Shit. Hold on. Wait, what is that? Oh, did you know in Native American mythology the kingfisher means peace?
The bringer of peace.
Yep. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. So not the bird, not obscure. Where the fuck did it go? Eight different fish and animals. Not that one. Crying King ruler. Hold on. Family of race can make king originally a leader of the people. Noble birth. Where did it go? Jesus sons. Three kings, biblical. Here we go. Greek alkaloids. Protein needs to call Mother Winter. Is it this one? Shit, hold on. But there's the jewel box. I remember that one. But that's not what I was looking for. Fuck, where did I put it? Okay, here we go. Here's something. For etymology. Oh shit. I gotta move this room. Yes. Hold on. Ow. Where the fuck did my charger go? Oh, shit. That's what, okay, but what's up with the double? So, if astronomically speaking, Omega means the brightest star in the constellation, and the brightest star in the constellation is the Kingfisher. Okay, so they think that the etymology origin of the Kingfisher name comes from the Old Norse Kungsfiskar and then put onto modern use by the Normans. An interesting observation on the origin of the name also comes from some tombs in Fontevraud, France, where Henry II and Richard I Lionheart are buried. Their tombs are painted in the same colors as the Kingfisher, with blue upper garments and orange lower undergarments. Kingfishers have to be one of the more beautifully colored birds in Europe. Okay, their pins are bright. Okay, hold on. Branch the Perch, it's simply winning game. Wait, Lionheart, why do I know that? Where do I know that from? Henry II and Richard I Lionheart. I know this from my research. Sri, do you know about this one?
That's a new one to me when you brought in Lionhearted. The connection with King, that was their coat of arms or whatever,
Let's see.
or their color pattern of their coat of arms or something.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. The tomb of Henry II, Richard I, King of England of Fontford, reveal the color blue and orange.
Well, real
Real
quick
before
before I forget it, when you're talking colors and um purple is royalty, and to make purple you have to have red and blue, which the red and blue pill of knowledge and not knowing or knowing. I always
uh
thought that was interesting.
Street. Um, you know how I always go down the troubadours and the rabbit holes and I never shut up about it?
Yeah, yeah.
And you know how I just read an article and it talked about the omega and the asterisk and how it was really important. And then we found out that the omega means the most brightest star in a constellation, and we know that's the Kingfisher, and it's a huge clue.
And it's an eye.
Yeah, guess what this led to?
Orion's belt.
Eleanor of Aquitaine. Remember William of Aquitaine, the
Yeah,
very first troubadour? This literally leads right back to the bloodline of the troubadours.
yep.
Every
And
time. I'm like, I'm not even fucking making this shit up. Like, when I think I'm crazy and I'm like, maybe I just find way too many things that are coincidental. For the love of crime and Italy, Boris is a troubadour. He was a troubadour. This bloodline is for the troubadours. They are the secret keepers of divine consciousness and knowledge, forbidden knowledge. They are the guardians of the mystery schools.
and
Uh,
it's we've talked about it many a times. Every time you see these groups, societies, or individuals with this hidden secret knowledge, wealth goes hand in hand with it to protect them.
yeah,
Not it
exactly.
wasn't generated, it's there to protect them, not to like benefit. It benefits them by protecting them. The wealth does. But it's the
Yeah,
knowledge. The knowledge is the true treasure of it all.
it is.
Yes.
So I just cracked another thing of Fen that I've already had before, but here's another confirmation. Like, I'm telling you, this is the coolest thing I've ever fucking discovered. I find it so fascinating. Like, to know that there is an entire bloodline and a secret world within society that like harbors this divine knowledge is just the coolest thing ever. And they just like put it in front of your face and in plain sight. There you go. Like, there it is. King Henry II of England, his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine, their son King Richard I of England, their daughter Joan, their grandson Raymond VI of Toulouse, and Isabella of England, wife of their son King John. Wow. Henry, okay. Hey, Count of Anjou. Remember when we used to talk about Anjou?
Oh man, Europe. We stayed in Europe forever through those bloodlines. It's all set,
Mm-hmm.
and if you look at it, the great explorers, the rulers that funded expeditions around the world to find out shit and grab shit,
Yeah.
Europe. That's where, money, and it was the right time, right place for them to do this.
It's just so crazy how it always leads to this bloodline, no matter what I try and do. It's always this bloodline, which takes you directly to the Fisher King, Parzival, Wolfram
I
von
look at
Echternach.
it, we've talked about it many a times. It's a battle, and we'll say a battle of good and evil. Religion seems to always try to keep down and suppress any type of knowledge. They used to kill if you came out and contradicted them. Now, look how long it's taken for them not to, it's desensitization. Society's being desensitized to religion. And I'm still convinced the Thrill of the Chase of Memoir has a lot to do with that and humanity as a whole. Why can't people just leave each other alone? I mean, it seems so fucking simple. Every country spends the vast majority of their net worth on defense, designing equipment and training people to kill someone else. What the fuck? That's not civilized. What the fuck is civilized about that? Nothing. And it's become so fucking we could have some 19-year-old kid sitting in a bunker in Nebraska doing fucking bombing missions anywhere in the fucking world with drones. Holy fucking shit. Talk about impersonal. It's a business. It's a fucking business. And these troubadours and secret societies do not think that way. And they know how do you defeat an army? You have to get a bigger army to defeat it. Well, I think this is their logical way of defeating it without shooting a bullet, just planting seeds, and watering them. Thanks, Shiloh, for watering them, man. Appreciate it.
Oh man, that cracks me up every time. Wait a minute. So the founder of the family was Romulus the Third. Hey, that's my what? That's part of my fucking. All right, okay. Was the Count of Poitiers and Duke of Aquitaine. He is the son of Gerard Count of Aragon. Few details are known about him, except that he died in 866 in Aquitaine from wounds received in the Battle of Brister against the Vikings. There's like never anything known about these people. What the fuck? Okay, so the House of Poitiers or Poitiers? So King of Aquitaine, but did not survive him. Through his illegitimate son Ebolus, he followed the line of Dukes of Aquitaine, who brought their own inheritance first to leave France. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere with this. Did much to encourage art, literature, and piety. Okay, anytime there's poetry, art, and shit like that, it's okay. Princess Antigone, Counts of Triple, King of Cyprus, Counts of Poitiers, and Dukes of Aquitaine. Why does it
Um,
always
po-
go to Aquitaine?
Poetry is art. It's a words are the paint. So yeah, I consider poetry is a form of art, just like a Rembrandt, Picasso, whatever. It's art. Poetry is.
Well, Eleanor of Aquitaine was actually the patron of poets. Isn't that fascinating?
What say that again?
Eleanor of Aquitaine, she was the patron of poets.
The patron saint of poets?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, wait. As soon as the amulet was granted, Eleanor became engaged to her third cousin Henry, Duke of Normandy. The couple married on Whitsun, 18th of May, 1152, in Poitiers. Eleanor was crowned Queen of England at Westminster Abbey. In 1154, when Henry acceded to the throne, Henry and Eleanor had 5 sons and 3 daughters, but eventually became estranged. Henry imprisoned her in 1173 for supporting the revolt of their eldest son, Henry the Young King, against him. She was not released until 6th of July, 1189, when her husband died, and their third son, Richard I, ascended the throne as Queen Dowager. Eleanor acted as regent while Richard went on the Third Crusade. She lived well into the reign of her youngest son, John. See, I've gone live about her multiple times and gone down like rabbit holes about this bloodline, but this is even more important than I fucking knew. Okay. So there's the King Louis, France, but I think it's King Henry II. Because I'm pretty sure King Henry II was associated, so it was Eleanor of Aquitaine and then King Henry II that I think is associated with Chateau Rennes. Do you remember that?
Yeah, in France.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
remember. It has something to do with let me see, Chateau Rennes. Because remember when I found out it was like a code to hide the money for the, oh my God, what's the name of that fucking family, the really powerful family of France?
Sinclair's?
No, not the Sinclairs. It's the other one.
No,
They
Sinclair's was English. Never mind. France.
Sinclair, I'm still creeped out about the one time we found that thing. But no, it was the ones that protected Nostradamus. I can't remember right now. Hold on, Chateau La Rennes. It was, or it was Rennes Le Chateau. I always say it backwards. Hold on. Southern France. My God, what was the name of the family? Okay, the mother of Saint Louis, regent of France, came to Rodez. Okay, hold on. I think it's this one. Introduction to the Mystery of the Rennes Chateau. End of the 19th century, Berenger Seigneur, the poor parish priest. No, no, no. Where's the name of the fucking family? I had it and then I forgot about it. Remember, this is the reason why I went to Roslyn Chapel in September of 2022
Right.
because the riddle itself is broken into two pieces. So what's weird is you could see the riddle for Chateau or Rennes le Chateau or whatever, but Roslyn Chapel you can't. You have to physically go there. Okay. Remand. Oh my God, what was the name of that family? They were like the most powerful family around. The Medicis. There we go. Remember Medici?
No, I don't.
You don't know the Medici, like Catherine Medici and all them?
No.
So Medici, they were like the most powerful family in France, and they had a lot of money and
How did they
power.
get their wealth? Were they like traders? Were they like family of the kings or the bloodline? Where did their
They were
wealth come
the Merovingian bloodline.
from? Okay. So their wealth was
And
already generated throughout generations to begin with.
yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, there was, so I'm pretty sure Eleanor was the mother of okay, there's Nicholas Poussin. Hold on, wait. Nicholas and Francos became the bishop of El's neighbor. Nicholas wrote a letter to Nicholas describing a meeting with famous French painter Nicholas Poussin in Rome. He and I discussed certain things which I shall with ease be able to explain. Oh
Well,
my God!
another
Street!
connection with with wealth throughout the years is the wealthier you are, your word becomes more widespread and has more credence to it too. Even modern
Street,
days like that.
street. I I I just found evidence that I am 1,001% fucking right about what I have been assuming and saying allegedly about Fen right now. You know that book I tell you about that Boris had that Douglas Preston teamed up with and all that other stuff? You know
Right.
that one? I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now. It says right here, he and I discuss certain things which I shall with ease be able to explain to you in detail, things that will give you, through Monsieur Poussin, advantages which even kings would have great pains to draw from him, and which, according to him, it is possible that nobody else will ever be able to rediscover in the centuries to come. And what is more, these are things so difficult to discover that nothing now on this earth can prove of better fortune nor be their equal. In September 1661, Jean Lauret, who ran a magazine called La Muse Historique, wrote a treasure found in the Diocese of, like, it's in French, roughly in the same area Lauret worked for the Forquets of the Duchess of Longueville. Forrest has this book. I know for a fact because he showed it to me when I was at his house. Not to mention, you could go online right now, this very moment, and see there is an interview with Forrest from Dale, and he talks about this specific book. And I had no idea that this specific book was all about this specific fucking treasure.
And the treasure is hidden knowledge.
And not just the hidden knowledge. It's okay. Remember when I talked about Rennes Le Chateau and Rosslyn Chapel? That's what this is.
Okay.
So when you go to Midday Blue Apples for Rennes Le Chateau, it takes you to the Poussin thing, and then there's like the packs. Like, remember when I solved it with Amy that one day? We were like live for 12 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
That's part of it. So then that's why I went to Rosslyn Chapel for the other part. So there's these brothers that wrote a book that was called like Holy Blood, Holy Grail or something. And that's where you get the movie and the book from Dan Brown called The Da Vinci Code and all that other shit. You know that?
Yeah.
Like, this is actually real, and you were witnessing right now, real time on my channel, me again go down rabbit holes, and this is literally like, this is what they were talking about. Like, this is real. Dan Brown's assumptions, these brothers' assumptions. Like, I've spent 14 years of my life fucking decoding and chipping away at this rabbit hole and all this shit, and it's real. And Forrest has this book. I found a secret code that tells you that the brightest star in the constellation is the Omega, which is the Fisher King, the Kingfisher. And the Kingfisher leads to this specific bloodline. And when you look into this specific bloodline, it takes you to this specific book that Forrest Berkman has. And it's all about the treasure that goes back to what I've been talking about for 14 years. So just know that I'm kind of like, ha, I told you so. Here, hold on. Let me just share it with you real fast. Into the land of I told you so. I'm
I
surprised.
fucking told you so.
Photos. Okay, you see this one, Street? See this?
Yep.
Yeah, Fen has that book.
What the hell does that, what's that first word? Muse?
Yeah, Muse Historique.
Is it like they're musing, thinking, philosophizing, musing?
I
Is that
think
what
so.
it means?
It's in French, so I mean, I think it translates to mean the muse of history. I think. So it's
That's an interesting title.
in September 1661, Jean Lauret, who ran a magazine called La Muse Historique, wrote of a treasure found in the dossier of Alet les Bains, roughly in the same area. Lauret worked in the Fouquets and the Duchess of Longueville, who maintained an extensive male relation with Pavilion. The spider web stretches wider still. In 1666, Colbert, who had succeeded Nicolas Fouquet as French Minister of Finance, founded the Compagnie Royale des Mines de Foundries du Languedoc with the intent to start mining on Blaise de Haupt's land, much the same like Bertrand de Blanchefort allegedly asked the Knights Templar to start mining the same lands near the Chateau de Blanchefort. In return, Blaise was formally granted status Dana de hold on. Dana what the why are there advertisements? Go away. Hold on. Dana, what the fuck? Dana de Pendrick de Roy. It made him answerable to the king alone. You can read more about this in Frank Dafoe's French book, Le Secret de Robe, on the website he runs with valued colleague researcher Jean-Pierre Garcia, Rennes Le Chateau Archive. There must be something interesting enough in the region to attract the attention of so many rich, powerful people. The link with Poussin comes full circle with Louis VII acquiring his famous painting, The Shepherds of Arcadia. In 1685, from C.A. Harold, a well-known arts dealer at the time, the painting adorned the king's private chambers until his death. I already cracked that one. That was the one I cracked with Amy on my channel. What Berenger Saunier appears to have found, there are rumors, and theories, and ideas as to what Saunier found. Several instances have been recorded, which Saunier made references to something like a treasure. For example, Antoine Beau, Abbey of Champagne. Oh, that's that place I was looking into. I know that place. He remarked to my friend, to see you doing so well, one would think you found a treasure. To this, the host appears to have answered, let me see. What's that translation? They gave it to me. I took it. I made it work, and I will hold on to it. That's a funny response. The glass vial was found by his grandfather inside a wooden bolster in the 1880s. The wooden support pillar that carried the old pulpit had been taken down during the work to restore the church. When he did this round through the church one evening, he noticed part of the bolster had come loose. That's how I know that name. He gave to his son near started Dingo changed on grave right afterwards. So what? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I told you so, Street. I told you so.
Starting to add up in your head, huh?
Yep. Order the Knights of Malta. Yep, it's the bloodline. No
The
more.
fact you had to dig for it and find it, that was the thrill of it all, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's so cool that Fenn has this exact book. I
Not a
think that,
coincidence.
well, I mean, yeah, I've known for the longest time that he's that bloodline, and this is the book, and I'm pretty sure this is the book Shiloh's looking for, by the way. Did I tell you about that?
No.
Um, when I was talking to him, I was FaceTiming him at WSOF, I was showing him to everybody, and then there was a searcher there that had like hundreds of photos of Fenn's library. And he wanted to get in contact with her because he's trying to archive his granddad's library. And he had to purchase some of the books from the state. And the library like really means a lot to him. And I'm not saying he's specifically looking for a book. That's just like my rabbit hole theory. It's not accurate at all. Like he even said he's not looking for one specific book. He's trying to archive them. But the information that I know and the rabbit hole I'm connected with is he's looking for a book, and I believe it's that one.
Let's back up a minute. He had to buy it from the estate.
Yeah.
Now hold on here. Does that mean there's going to be like a library, or he certainly isn't buying it from a family member? You know, like the story was like, you know, certain items for is already designated when he dies. This person gets this. I mean, it is kind of reading into it. That sounds like a presidential library type thing. If he had to buy it from his estate and not a family member.
Yeah, the house itself is an estate, and he has to buy it. Like,
Hidden in plain sight.
yep. Like, I think it's so cool that like the library means a lot to him. Because when I was there, I was like, I'm a nerd, and I'm like, yeah, I care about the books too. Like, that's my favorite thing, and like that's his favorite thing. It means like a lot to him. That's like him and his granddad's like special thing, and he's trying to archive it. So he was asking to have people like share with them different information they have on his granddad's books, stories, stuff like that. But I personally, based off of everything I've been looking into and all the rabbit holes that you've actually witnessed me go down on my live, just killing time, it's this book.
Well, it
And
goes hand in hand with if you really want to know a person when they like a presidential library type theory. If you want it, or not theory, but concept. If you want to truly know someone that's gone, look at their fucking library. Don't look at the junk, the cars and gold and jewelry. Don't look at that. Look at their library, man. What the hell were they reading? What made them who they were? What made them think? Where'd they get those thoughts? Look at their fucking library. And if you notice, I always would I'd laugh my fucking ass off. Early on, when I first got involved with the chase, it seemed like the majority of the photos released to the public was him sitting at that desk in the lazy boy type chair with that freaking L-shaped library behind him. Always floor to ceiling books.
mm-hmm.
I found that interesting. And the lighting of it was like dim and controlled. It wasn't a white light. It was like dim and controlled.
Well, do you want to know something really cool about this book, Street? That
Yeah.
Forrest Fenn himself said.
Yeah.
This is there's only one other copy of this book, and it's in the Louvre in Paris.
Oh shit.
Uh-huh.
So is that saying Shiloh's negotiating with the Louvre to try to buy this book?
I don't know if his granddad put it away for him. I don't know.
It
Again,
sounds to
I'm
me
gonna put on
like
record. I won't put on record. Shiloh was not looking for a specific book. In his own words, he told me and everyone, he's not looking for a specific book. He's looking for stories and archiving the book, right? Or the library. I, on the other hand, based on what I've been looking into and what I know, I think it's pertaining to this very specific book. But I don't have any evidence. I'm not saying I'm factual. I'm saying it's just a theory.
right. My feeling is this: every interaction with Shiloh, everything he does is orchestrated, and I think it's planting seeds. That's all.
So,
And
you know what's
I'm not
funny?
saying it like planting seeds to be mean and no, it's like hidden in plain sight. Read into it. I
No,
mean,
Ben actually thinks that Shiloh gave me this task to keep me distracted so I didn't get any bullshit shenanigans. It's funny.
yeah, well, everyone has their opinions, and um, yeah, my opinion, nah, Ben's been off the mark ever since the beginning, in my opinion, on a lot of thoughts. The connection with giving Jack credibility, like he's really had a beyond looking at his actions to actually chase him like he has answers, and he's been off the mark a lot, man. He really has. Nothing
Ben?
personal. Yeah, Ben has.
Oh no. No, no, no. No, 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 Street.
Okay.
Ben. Benjamin. He he is something. And it's not somebody that is trying to fight to be the first to break a location of 9 clues and somewhere on Earth. Uh-uh. When I tell you, Ben is a part of this shit, in my opinion, I'm not fucking kidding.
Right, 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 right.
Straight, I'm telling you, when I was at his house, he took the fucking flashlight from the phone, put it underneath the fucking dove and the crescent moon, and said, "Hey, Candy, read to me what that word says." And it says protecting. That is the actual crest of the troubadours, Street. The troubadours, the story of the troubadours from Wolfram von Echtenbach talks about how the name of the bloodline of the Grail was revealed to them in the crescent moon in peace, and it's the dove. So when you look up the troubadours, it is a dove and a crescent moon, and it means protecting. Please explain to me why Benjamin told me to take a fucking flashlight from my phone, put it exactly underneath the dove and the moon, and ask me what word it said. Like he knew it was gonna fucking say it, and it says protecting. The exact fucking crest of the troubadours. Like you'll never be able to fucking make me think otherwise, ever. Never. Especially right now, cracking this shit. I'm like, hey, what's this mean? Oh, Kingfisher? Cool. What's this? Oh, that's the bloodline? Okay, where does this go? Oh, same shit I've been talking about for fucking years? Cool. What does this do? Oh, is that the same book Ben has? The same one he showed me at his house? Awesome. Just saying.
So then why would Ben in the beginning was denouncing and laughing, and he'd pop into your lives and we'd be talking this shit and he'd be laughing saying you're crazy, you don't know what you do, and he went off on DB Cooper and all that. He never
Mhm.
made the connections. He never even made the connections about DB Cooper. JFK was all information, hidden information that was leaked to the public years later. He never made that
Mm-mm.
connection. He was still
Mm-mm.
looking for the gold.
No, street. He wasn't looking for the gold. He was setting up, like, how do I explain this? He was setting up certain scenarios to see how people would react to them. And by seeing how they reacted, he could measure whether they were useful or not, if that makes sense.
Useful.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben's the useful monitor. He's the hall monitor. Okay.
I mean, come on, Street. You know what this really is? They're looking for people that not only can figure the shit out, but cannot be bought, cannot be blackmailed, cannot be tested, cannot sell out. Look at this. Look, like, just trust me when I say this. I have a hunch, okay? I have a
Oh,
hunch.
okay. All right.
I know you don't like it. I know, but I mean, look at what I've fucking
It's not a
shown so
matter
far.
of liking, it's a matter of facts presented. That's I'm not it's not a matter of liking someone, liking what they say, disliking. It's just what they bring. I'm questioning what he's brung from the beginning, and then all of a sudden something switched, and now I'll call now he's in line. Now he's trying to dictate, like you're suggesting, weeding out people. Come on.
I
People
do.
weed themselves out. People weed themselves out.
Okay, Street. You were on my stream when this happened. Do you remember the first time Ben ever joined my live?
No, I don't recall it. Refresh my memory.
It was the same exact time I cracked the midday blue apples with Amy. Remember? We were live for 12 hours. We were talking about the codex. We were talking about Le Resna Chateau, midday blue apples. I went on that painting. I found the blue stone. Remember? I zoomed in on that weird painting from Busan about King Solomon and the judgment and the
And
trial.
you talk about so much shit we can't remember what you talked about last week.
Touche, but I know Street remembers this one
Yeah.
because he was on there and we were cracking shit and you were like tripping balls on that. Remember?
Yeah.
Also, Ben came on my channel during the time him and Ashley were out in Colorado camping, right? And what drew him into the live was me talking about the codex. So he jumps in and he starts talking about the codex. I'm like, cool, finally someone that fucking listens. But what was I talking about first? I was talking about Midday Blue Apples, Chateau Renez, Roslyn Chapel, and then the codex. At the time, I didn't even know it fucking correlated with each other. I didn't know it had any fucking connection whatsoever. But he sure as hell did.
Well,
Just my
if he's
opinion.
a, I'll pose this since you're going that path. If he's a, however you worded it, like planting seeds, weeding people out, and setting up scenarios, and how come he was so adamant on getting in on K-Pro and Cynthia because that was his link to get to the family. Why would he come up with and the Buffalo
It
Bill? Why
actually
would he do
wasn't
all
his
that?
link to get to the family.
Well, that's what he came out and said. I mean, and his actions obviously proved what he was trying to do. If he already knew, and he's an or whatever, however you worded it, testing people and all that, how come he was even interested in K-Pro and Cynthia? Because it's quite obvious to me and many others, they don't know nothing. If they did, they'd say it. They know nothing. They're lost.
I think, I mean, come on, Street. You're like one of the people that should know this better than anyone. CIA shit. It's all CIA shit. Okay. So it it wasn't him getting close to the family. I personally think he was already part of it. I think it was just an act or a way to do things. Like, okay, think about this.
That's my
Ben,
point. Everything about Ben since he became in here was an act for his, I'm saying for his own devices, not for the family or
yeah.
anything
Did you
else.
know his grandfather on paper was a monument man? The people that were hired to fucking recover the lost treasures that Hitler and Heimlich Himmler stole. And Hitler and Heimlich Himmler, the whole reason World War II even happened and the shit that went down was specifically because of Parzival, the 12th century book that I'm obsessed with that I keep talking about the Fisher King, the Kingfisher, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They kidnapped the dude that translated that book. And that dude translated the same shit I translated before I even knew it was actually translated. And that is the reason why we had World War II. And these people went around stealing all these relics and these important historical fucking things because it's bigger puzzle to all this shit. And his grandfather was hired to fucking go find those.
I've said it for years, 3, maybe 4 years, as long as we've been talking. All these groups of people, K-Pro, Cynthia's, they all of them, Ben, they know you're on the right path. They know you are, and they try to diminish it, like you're saying. Oh, they try to keep you busy to keep you out of trouble. No, they're still trying, and that's why it goes back to my premises that those groups, Ben, K-Pro, Synth, they all have their own agenda, their own ego they're filling it, an ego agenda, whatever you want to call it. They have their own reasons for doing it. Has nothing to do with the chase in my mind. That's why they've always attacked you and kept you busy and made you feel stupid. They laugh at you. Oh, here's Candy and her crazy shit.
I
And
don't
guess
think
what they're
Ben
talking
says
about?
that.
Guess what they're talking about now, Candy? All that allegedly crazy shit that you talked about. Now they're on the same page. Man, get the hell out of here. Come on, Candy. You're smarter than that.
Oh, I am smarter. So if you think that I would just very dumbly just go along with anything that Ben said without looking into the own shit that I did, then you're sadly mistaken right now, Street. Because I've done my own research. Thank you. You think I would just like blindly trust someone? No, like I've got my own shit. Like, why do you think I could tell you that his grandfather was a monument man? Why do you think I could tell you the bloodline that Ben is a part of are the archaeologists that discovered King Tut's tomb? Which, oh, by the way, the Medium article we just read about a remembrance of Forrest Fenn randomly name drops King Tut. Isn't that interesting? If you want to
Yeah.
talk about universe and Kismet, there's a huge piece for you. So I don't know what Ben is 100% per se. I can't tell if he's the one pulling the strings or if he is the puppet itself and he's trying to play the same game we are, but he's a part of it, regardless if you like him or not. That's just my own opinion.
Okay. I'll back down. All right. I apologize.
You're like, shut the fuck up.
Okay. You win. You win.
You
Next.
win. As you sit there on the fucking board of like the mystery schools, you're like, this dumb bitch.
Well, no, I didn't say it. I wasn't saying it to degrade you, humiliate you, make you feel bad. But you got to admit, they would rile you up, just the drop of a hat, and rile you up and send you off on some tangent. And they would sit back and laugh, man. And fuck, we talked about it live and in private. I'm like, man, that's just stop and look at these people, what they're doing, man. And the reason they centered it on you is because they knew you were on the right path.
I
They were
don't think it's
too embarrassed
necessarily
to admit
that.
it.
I don't think it's necessarily that. I don't think Ben is that fucking cruel, honestly. I don't think he's that cruel. What I will say is one night we were in the Discord and I was like driving home and I was just like talking to people about certain stuff. And then we started talking like almost in code about certain things. And when I brought up Rosalind Chapel, I almost fucking spit out my coffee when Ben actually said that he's actually been to Rosalind Chapel. And in my opinion, Rosalind Chapel is really, like it's very important. It's very prominent. Just like Soldier Stone is very important. Just like what do you call it? There's Soldier Stone. There's Rosalind Chapel. There's Rennes Le Chateau. San Lazaro. These are all like really important puzzle pieces.
Well, pre-find and specifically post-find. If we'll say water represents knowledge, and we all know the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And it's like we've been talking tonight. You got to like slowly lead them up to it. You have to make them each step foundation gives them more susceptibility to accept the next step, the next step. Here's
Yeah.
my premise. We're 4 years into it. That old saying, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. Water represents wisdom, knowledge. Guess what? Yeah, you can. You run the shit out of that fucking horse until you get to the water. And when you get to it, they'll willingly sap it up. Why? Because they want answers. They want knowledge. They want wisdom. And that's where wisdom comes from, answers.
Yeah, but the majority of the community, they're not looking for this. They don't even know this exists. Regardless if you and I and Ben and others go live and talk about it nonstop. I've been talking about it for years. You would think that I was a part of it, but I'm not. I am someone that has literally just been picking away for years nonstop because of that treasure chest motif. Like I emailed Ben and asked him, "What's up with this treasure? The treasure chest motif isn't adding up." And he's like, "Oh, you don't need to know about it. Don't worry about it." And I was like, "Bet." That is like literally Jedi mind trick. The opposite. This is all I'm gonna care about now. And that is literally all I've cared about is that motif. And it's taken me fucking years to be able to understand. So when people say like, "Oh, I know about this, I know about that," I laugh at it because it's like, do you though? Do you really? Because I don't think you understand what you have. And it's like the gold technically wasn't the story, but the motif helped you to start unlocking part of the story. It unlocked so many layers. I don't even know if I was actually supposed to find all of this. Because you know the whole hidden plain sight thing? They love to put shit like right in front of your face because they know you're never gonna fucking like figure it out. But
Yeah.
this thing I did, and this thing I don't know if I was supposed to know it or not, but there's some shit that has been unlocked, and it's continuously unlocking. And it's not just like a box of gold out in the Rockies. Like there's a bloodline, there is protectors of information, there is a story with the government, the CIA, Victorio Peak, Atlan. Like there's just so much. And if people say, "Oh, Atlan's not real," or "You're crazy," well, explain to me. While Douglas Preston, before he even wrote the codex, by the way, he wrote Reliquary, and those stories are about the lost city of the monkey god. And then he's got the cities of gold, all this fun shit, right? Well, then if these books were written back in like what, the 80s and the 90s, explain to me why 2000, I think it was either 2010 or 2015, Douglas Preston went to Honduras and found the lost city of the monkey god. So how can you write about a place called the Lost City of the Monkey God and make it a fantasy story, and then in fucking like what, a decade or less than a decade later find the actual place that allegedly is a fictional place? Interesting.
Well, okay, that thought right there. In the world we live in the thrill of the chase, post find especially, anyone that makes connections like that is labeled you're part of Chase Inc. You're in on it. You're trying to lead us. You're doing this. You're doing that. Those
Oh,
people
trust me,
that
Street.
hold
No,
on.
In Vegas, I met someone who walked up to me and was talking about the same shit I talk about. I've never met her in my entire life. She's like really big fan of my channel and stuff. And she sat there and started talking to me about everything that we talk about. I'm talking about the stars and above.
Well, it
Explain
like I
that.
said, in the world we're living in this post-fine era of the chase, anyone that makes connections is considered part of it. But what the people that say that don't realize, a part of what? A part of a fucking answer. It's not a part of a treasure chest. It's not a part of a special piece of land, a 10 by 10 square inch square. No, that has nothing to do with it. It has to do with fucking answers. And they never make that connection. They'll criticize people like you for coming up with connections, and they'll discredit it, try to embarrass you, try to piss you off. It's fucking answers. Which, how can you not answer if that's what we're all still here, hidden in plain sight? That was what we were looking for to begin with, or we wouldn't still be here.
Exactly. So it's pretty mind-boggling to just like, and trust me, I will be the first to admit the street. The shit that I find and the stuff that I fucking put out there, I look sus as fuck. I really fucking do. I look so sus. But I'm telling you, I am not a part of that. Not intentionally. I am just someone that fucked around, found out after fucking how many years of research, and I'm still figuring shit out. I don't think I have it all figured out. I've got pieces. I got pieces every single day. Anytime I open a book or I decide to go down the rabbit hole, I'm like, oh shit, I found this. Oh, this makes sense. Cool. And I'd always do it when I'm live with you guys, which is like fucking weird in my opinion.
Well, it's atmosphere. If you're in an atmosphere of like-minded people, we'll say, your creativity feeds off each other. And you're trying to, for better lack of better terms, you're trying to one up each other. Oh, did you make this connection? Oh, but what about this? And then someone will say, oh shit, okay, let's that's called creativity. That's called brainstorming. Isn't How do you find a fucking answer? You brainstorm with like-minded people. You can't do it with different, like, opposites. Opposites
Mm-hmm.
will battle each other with ego.
Yeah, it's true.
They're not trying to find an answer. They're just trying to belittle the other party because they don't, yeah.
Well, you know what trips me out is like I'm super guilty of this. You will be told something, they will present the evidence, and you'll still be like, the fuck do I have to care about this? This isn't the path I'm going down. This isn't my solution, whatever. You disregard it. You're looking at it dead ass in the face. There's evidence, there's historical documents, there's like everything. And you're still like, uh-huh, okay, don't care, don't need this, whatever.
Right. Yeah. Well, it goes back to, I'll put it blatantly with me, why I had such a hard time interacting with people. Land's not an issue. I couldn't find anybody. I couldn't find like-minded people. They're like, "Oh fuck, here comes asshole again. Fucker's crazy as shit, man." I'm like, "Fuck it, let's." And it was nothing but an ego trip back and forth. There was no way they're going to move. There's no way I'm going to move. So it's an impasse. It's useless to even do it besides entertainment. But when you get with like-minded people that they're willing to not accept it, but at least think about it and like, oh shit, okay, well, I was on this. Yeah. How many times have you've said something? I'm like, oh shit, I just heard about that, and blah, blah, blah. And off I went with the connection I made. That's where creativity comes from. It's not two opposing negative or opposing opposites connect. They never will fucking connect, all because of ego.
Isn't that quantum entanglement?
Is that what they call it?
Like quantum entanglement is when you got side A versus side B, and it'd be like one side of the world versus the other side of the world. One's going left, one's going right, but regardless of the distance, they still interact with each other.
Yeah. Well, okay, same principle with magnets. You can't make two negative. They push each other apart. They oppose each other no matter what you do. There's an energy around them. They're interacting, but they're opposing at the same time.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, yeah. It plays
Yeah.
out in humanity, how we think. I mean, we are a very complex, simple-minded, egotistical creature, man. And
Well,
um,
you know what blows my mind is it's like it doesn't matter that I have been going on my channel, multiple channels now because of my other lost channel, but multiple channels for years. And everyone watched me where I transitioned from the fire hole halts at home. It's all about the fire hole. I've gone down every rabbit hole for every translation known to mankind for the solution of 9 clues. And then I started working on the treasure chest motif, and then I started figuring that shit out. And then I've discovered the Percival story, and then I kept going and I kept cracking things. And then I was introduced to information about a mystery school, and then I found that. And I just, every time I went live and went in front of everybody in the community, I broke off more and more and more and built up and started connecting things. It's not like I just woke up one day and was like, hey, this is the answer or anything like that. It took me years. We're talking 9 or more years just being in front of everyone doing this. And it doesn't count. It doesn't matter that I'm doing it. You've got Manly P. Hall, one of the most amazing known philosophers slash historians in written history, talking about the very same things I talk about. But he talks about these mystery schools and how he has spent his entire life looking for one, and he's never even been able to find one. And I'm over here and I've found 4 already. And it's not just me or Manly P. Hall talking about it. You got Heimlich, Himmler, and Hitler fucking causing World War II because of this shit. And if that's not enough, you have all those other great minds. Plato, you've got fucking Da Vinci, you've got Dan Brown's story that's a fucking knockoff of the brothers that go back to Chateau Rennes and Rosslyn Chapel. You've got multiple sources that are like actual evidence. And then you got little old me coming in saying, like, for 9 years, I've been cracking this, and this is what this equates to. And it ends up being an actual match to all these other fucking things that have been put into the world and shared by historians and philanthropists and fucking archaeologists and philosophers, all these huge fucking people with PhDs and huge like names and reputations, and are completely sane, by the way, some of which are Douglas Preston. Yet people are still going to sit here and say she doesn't know shit, and where do warm waters halt? That is what I can't fucking fathom.
Well, to break it down psychologically and social, I'll call it sociopathically, actually. Any person, like the things you're talking about, and it rocks their stability and the foundation they built their life on, it's built into them. It's hardwired into them to shut you the fuck down because you make them uncomfortable. They don't want to think like that. That's scary to them because that makes their life fucking useless up to that point. They had it all wrong. They had the wrong foundation. That's why you get these people attacking you with, and you see it throughout history. Any prominent new, we'll call it new type thinker who thinks something different or a different way, they are chastised right from the get-go. Society, it's like a pack mentality. It's like they all group together, we'll call them trolls nowadays on social media, and belittle you because you scare them. Your thoughts scare them, and they don't, that, like I said, I can't say it enough. The fact that they can't even entertain it because it makes everything that they stand for fucking nothing. Wrong foundation. I don't know what the hell house you're building and what, you're on sand.
You're on sand.
Well,
safe upon the solid rocks, the ugly houses stand. Come and find my shining castle built upon the sand.
Yep. Go ahead and build a castle. It's fucking magnificent. It's going to fucking sink. You got the wrong foundation. I'll take a wooden shack, man.
A wooden shack.
Rock foundation. Well, it's who we are. If we think humanity as a whole, we are a product of the path we've walked and our life, how we were brought up. And that's why, childhood's so significant to us. That's why I don't want to go, I don't think past 12, 13, I stay there. Well, that's why, because that's, society hasn't inundated us and made us join the flock and all to speak. And, think like us, stay in line, go do everything you're supposed to, blah, 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 blah. Don't think different. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Do you know Ben in chat said she's going to be so disappointed when this isn't about Victorio Peak. Good times. Good times. The one thing that I'm really good at, that I'm known for, are patterns. And when I see a pattern go out of sequence, like a behavioral pattern, for instance, when it does not match up to what I'm used to and it goes out of sequence, I know what's up.
Spidey Spidey senses tingle, do they?
Yeah, because whenever I'm giving up on that shit, Ben's always like supportive of it. But anytime I'm like 100% into it, he's like, nope, that's not it. You're looking the wrong way.
Mind games?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
just
just
really funny.
I know we all have our own opinion, and it's not like I dislike Ben, not at all. It's been my interactions with him has been quite fun and challenging, actually. I enjoyed them. But I think it's like other groups, their purpose is to benefit from this one way or another. It doesn't matter. To benefit. Whereas when I go on and talk with you and stuff, I think I can speak for both of us. We don't have books coming out. We're not selling cups. We're not well, you don't have no, you're not you don't have merch no more. We're not it's just our opinions. We're sharing our fucking opinions. And look how fucking hurt people get by it. And like, oh, these fucking crazy motherfuckers. It's just opinions, man. Why are you so freaked out? You get actually the people that I upset, they get my attention. I'm like, wow, man, I struck a chord. Let's see if I can hit another chord. What else you got in there, man? I mean, it's a mind game. That's what life is,
You want to
especially
talk about
today.
mind games? You want to know what the Kingfisher star is in that constellation I was talking about, the fence catching? Want to
Right.
know the name of it?
Yes.
Merope.
Merope.
Merope, the very name I told you about that's pertaining to every female deity in mythology, including Medusa, Candace from Ethiopia. Remember the Queen of Sheba?
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember that whole entire fucking live we did on your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, the name's Merope, like I said.
Well, I think if I remember right, during that was didn't one someone mention the Queen of Ethiopia, Queen of Sheba? That's
Hmm.
where Solomon's mines were, was in Ethiopia, they think.
Yeah.
It was at the conversation we were I remember I was shocked. I'm like, "Oh shit. No wonder he was good friends with and she was so powerful." Hell, weren't we talking that she was actually as wise or wiser than him?
Yeah, no, she was.
Okay, think about it. And here we got hand in hand what equates to wisdom. Look, she had Solomon's mines. Look at all that gold. Gold back in antiquity equated
Yeah.
to wisdom. If
Oh shit, are you still here?
you had the wisest was the richest. Isn't
Yeah.
that weird?
Well, so this is the thing. Remember the story where we found out Edgar Allan Poe was uh a part of the troubadours?
Right.
And then if you read the poem Annabel Lee, it translates to what happened with Merope and how they sacrificed her. The whole Poseidon and the waves and all that shit. Remember that part?
Yep. Yep.
Um, so if you read about the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, it explains the same concept, right? So if the Queen of Sheba represents Merope and she's from the Pleiades and she's the one that created man, right? Like she has her own what the fuck is wrong with this thing? Hold on. Now. She has her own like bloodline or whatever. So she's got this thing going on with King Solomon. They have bebes, secret babies, right? And that makes an abomination. Like they basically sacrifice her, get rid of her because they're like, you can't fall in love with your own fucking creation. And this whole entire fucking riddle that I've been working on, the riddle within the riddles of the troubadours, talks about figuring out the bloodline of King Solomon. Fascinating, right?
Right.
And it tells me the bloodline King Solomon is Eleanor of Aquitaine and the troubadours, which leads back to exactly what we're talking about.
And once
So
again, it all everything I've ever talked about live with you has been answers. It seems, and I mean, it's blatantly hidden right in front of our face. The the treasure to the poem is it's a poem. You got to answer it.
It's a poem.
It's a poem. You gotta fucking answer it.
It's a poem or it's a riddle.
Well, even a riddle. A riddle demands an answer. It doesn't ask for one, it demands one, and we were dared to find it. When he that on the dust cover, he's daring you to think like him, guess what I'm thinking, and answer this poem or riddle or whatever. It's an answer. And
But the question,
for people, even for almost 4 years later, Candy's still obsessed with the fucking gold and the location. They want to know the exact GPS. I'm thinking, God, haven't you? Well, it's right in front of you, people. What more can people say? It's right. I look at religion. It's right in front of you. There's no city floating in the sky with streets paved with gold with an invisible white guy bearded. It's right in front of you. Science. You don't have to go to college and study it to realize that story is made up. It's a metaphor.
well, I
A
mean,
poem's a metaphor.
the question is, why is it that I must go?
Exactly.
So why is it
And
I must
leave.
go?
And leave. You can't take it with you. What is he leaving? It's not material shit. Not at all.
Real shit.
He's leaving answers.
But what's the answer that he's leaving? I, I, it is I.
I.
I,
I agree.
I agree. I agree with this notion. Like, honestly, I swear I could like go through all these videos we've done, and then if I had the opportunity to recover my other channel, it like I'm so mad at myself right now, Street. I
Oh,
wish,
we've been talking about it the whole time, Candy, for what, 2.5, 3 years?
yeah,
The whole time.
the whole time.
That's okay. Some people, it's that old cliche. Yeah, I always disagreed. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That's a dare to me. I'm like, yeah, I can. If I run the shit out of that horse, especially when I get up to the little watering hole and just run them in a circle, whip the shit out of them, run around that circle, they'll fall into that.
You could just leave them in the sun. That'll do the same thing.
Nope, you gotta run the shit out of them. So you know what? Basically, what I'm saying is, it's not a physical thing. I'm not going to hop on someone's back and whip the shit out and ride around a body of water. No, it means leave them no other choice. They're so fucking tired and they give up. Their walls fall. Their ego falls. It's like, fuck. I just want this to end. Tell me the answer. Ah,
Ah, I mean, I used to be one of those people, so I'm not judging anybody. Honestly, I used to be one of those people that was so stubborn and I wouldn't listen to anything. It took me years and a near death experience to fucking finally figure that shit out, okay?
and probably patience. You learned patience for sure. You learned a lot of things through that trial and tribulations, but patience was a big one, right? It'll come when it comes.
Yeah, but it was mainly because my own ego went through the most traumatic fucking shit it ever has gone through in its entire life. That's how one sheds ego, is like you survive the fucking worst.
Well, that's the analogy. You was that horse, you'd have been whipped and dogged and fucking run to death. It's like, all right, I'm going to drink. God damn it, I'll drink.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I think it would just be better off to just like leave him in the sun for a bit and he'll be like, "Oh, I'm thirsty." Okay.
Well, once again, Maverick. They're a stand-up type person. It don't matter what anyone thinks. They know what they think of themselves. The minute they walk into a room, that you can tell by looking at and it goes for a female too. I don't know what the word mavericky or whatever. Maverick. A woman can be
Maverick,
a maverick too. The
Maverick.
minute we've all met them throughout our life, someone, male or female, walks into a room and fucking they instantly get your attention, and you're like, I won't say in awe, but oh, they're confident. Just to look at them, oh fuck, they know what they're doing, and which creates curiosity in us. Humanity's view, it makes us curious.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, okay, a good analogy, John Wayne. My dad, just like Forrest, Love John Wayne. John Wayne was the man. He's the dude. You know, I won't say idolized, but yeah, man. To the point where, and what would they called him, a man's man. Now that's a hell of an analogy. I remember my dad saying that quote back in probably, hell, I'd say late 60s. I was young, a man's man. And it took years to realize what the fuck he meant. It's the person I just fucking told you. The minute they walk into the room, you're I won't say enamored, but you want to know what the fuck makes them so confident, man. It's like hardwired into us to do that socially.
Yeah.
Maverick, that's what a maverick is. A man's man. They're confident, they know who they are, and aren't afraid to express it.
Well,
Think about it. You remember growing up, especially school days. You had to belong to, rather you actually believed in the game plan philosophies of the group you were in, you pretty much like you were hostage to it if you wanted to maintain it.
for the groups I was in?
Well, I'm saying like, okay, hypothetically, you're in a group and they're into like emo or whatever, and then you find God or whatever and change. You're not going to hang around that group no more. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
do,
Uh,
I mean, it's that like-mindedness, it's pack mentality. In other words, you're not going to have a stoner hanging out at the popular table, you know, the cheerleaders and the quarterbacks and jocks.
Oh, I
No, it
always
don't happen.
with all the groups.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same philosophy. I mean, that's life. We deal with it. And when I hear people say, "Oh, what are we in high school?" I'm like, "We always have been. From the day
Well,
we're born, we're in high school game. What the hell? What world do you live in? You think once you graduate, you're not playing a game with society? Who the hell are you kidding? You play it your entire fucking life unless you're a maverick and
it's
step
just
out."
based off the point of view, though. Like, you could be like, I was one of those people that got along with everybody in high school, and it's just based on the point of view. Like, maybe they didn't get along with me or whatever, but I always could meld into any type of group I was in. But then also that made me a threat because I didn't take sides. I never was bought or like, influenced. I was never influenced by anything. I just went with my own beat of the drum, and I was like, cool, we're
So
friends here.
you
Cool, we're friends.
jeopardized their unity, is what you're saying. You didn't think like them, so you were a threat to them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was like the fucking wild card everywhere I've ever been. I'm the wild card. I get along with everyone, and I'm like a chameleon. I like can meld into anything. It's just like who I am. It was actually funny. My boss was talking to me today, and she was like telling me, she's like, Candace, you can't save everyone because there's like something that happened, and I was like, I knew if I didn't take like control of it, it would have gone bad, or it just wouldn't have gotten done. So I do it, and she's like, you can't just like go and fix everything. I'm like, I'm sorry, everyone likes me. Like at my company, I get along with everyone, everybody there, right? And she was like, I don't know what it is. And like, even I shouldn't talk to you like the way I do. She's like, but you're so easy to talk to and you're so trusting. And I feel like I could open up to you and just like share things. And I'm like, yeah, that's what everyone does. Like, it's because I'm not being fake. I'm being genuine. I'm not saying like I care to like manipulate you or get information. It's like I genuinely care. I want to know what's wrong, what's going on. How can I fix the solution for you? Like, I'm a genuine human being and I don't have to fucking fake it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like that's the whole concept with like this community and everyone that's in it. Like I understand everyone's got different perspectives. Some people are just wanting to know answers. Some people think they've been cheated from the answers. Like it's all different points of view and variations, but I can meld into all of it. Doesn't mean I have to accept it, but I could, add my commentary and see what they're trying to share. Like it's not just oh, you don't want to know what I know. Like I can't associate myself with you. Like that's not fun. That's rude.
I have an analogy I like saying, especially to the kids and grandkids. When I meet someone, and I'm just saying this is a hypothetical, and the first thing out of their mouth is, "Hi, I'm so and so. I don't believe in aliens." I know from that point on, I'll never become friends with this person. This conversation's never. It'll be idle chit chat. Right from the get go, I neglect them because I know now they're closed minded. But then again, like someone like you, if I met you, you come out, hey, I believe in alien. I'm like, oh shit, I believe in leprechauns. Let's talk. In other words, it opens up the door. Like they're open-minded, they're accepted. I think I can have a conversation. I mean, anything goes type thing, you know?
Yeah, seriously. And you know what's funny? So I didn't tell you what happened in Vegas. So you know how I took somebody with me to Vegas? Did I tell you about that?
No, we haven't talked in a while.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I was originally gonna take someone else, but then plans fell through. So I was like, you know what? I'll ask someone who I thought was my friend and everything. And he was a TikToker, the one that had like that relationship advice channel and all this other shit. And then I started hanging out with him. Then he'd make videos talking about certain scenarios that I would experience in dating. You know that one?
Okay, cool, cool.
So I'm like, okay, we're cool. I'll pay for the room and everything. You just drove us to there. Like we drove my car and everything. Well, like long story short, worst experience of my fucking life. Like it was so bad, almost as bad as Scotland. um, it resulted in the end. We were driving back on Sunday, hungover to all hell, and we're talking about like random shit, and I am like going on a tangent. I look at him, I'm like, for example, I cannot bear to have any association with someone that's going to sit here and tell me I'm crazy for believing in aliens. And he looks at me, he's like, you believe in aliens?
Are you
And
serious?
I'm not fucking kidding. And I'm like, you don't believe in aliens? He's like, well, should I? And I'm like, well, I don't know, Jared. We're just a fucking speck of dust floating in the universe. If you think we're the only fucking form of life, I gotta question everything about you. He was like, no, I don't believe in aliens. And I was just like automatically just like mentally detaching from him from that point on. I'm like, if I don't ever talk to you again, I won't be mad at it. And
That's
then
kind of weird. That's not a coincidence that I made that analogy, and you're like, oh, by the way, guess what? That's the mentality I'm talking about. I'm sorry, that's hid. It's not hidden in plain sight. It's blatantly, and it's not
yeah,
even hidden in plain sight. Look throughout history. It's blatantly fucking. But guess what? For whatever reason, the powers to be don't want people to know it. And here's what bothers me. I have enough like you. I like something that catches my attention. I'll dive into it. It became obvious back in 1975 when I watched Chariots of the Gods. I was like, oh shit, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. No questions asked. And the more that comes out, and now they're releasing these um video of military video, the Navy video of these tic tacs. Come on, man. If that doesn't make you question Christianity and all the rest of these religions, I feel sorry for humanity. Maybe that's what's wrong with us. Maybe that's why we're fighting all the time, because of people that don't believe in aliens.
it's just it's well, it sucks though, because like when does society have time to think about aliens? They don't. All they have time for is their 9 to 5 jobs and struggling and trying to find a way to survive and put food on the table in the time of inflation and the time that we have a potato for president. Like they don't have
Well,
time
that's
to
that's how
question.
the puppet masters keep us busy. As long as
Exactly.
there's chaos in the world, there's always a threat of war, there's starvation, there's high bills. As long as they keep, and let's not forget, let's keep them fighting amongst you. Let's keep the whites fighting the blacks, the yellows, the browns. Let's keep every walls being built to protect them from the brown people. And as long as they keep doing that, they can keep fucking us. And guess what? They're using our money to do it. The
Yep.
taxes we work, the shit we buy, we're fucking paying for our own abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Inflation, the whole reason inflation happens is so we could fund the wars.
Or suppress us from an uprising. Oh shit, they're starting to get wise. Let's fuck with them. Let's raise beef up to $100 a pound. Let's fuck them up. Let's shut
Exactly.
down some oil refineries so they can't travel the vacation.
I find it wild. Like the main reason is we don't have time to be able to just sit here and think. And that's what's so great about Fen is that regardless if you believe in the stuff I talk about or the stuff you talk about or if it's just about we're one more salt and a box of gold, regardless, he made you think, just like what you've been saying, Street. He
Yeah.
found a way to make you sit down and think. And that is what we need in society. We just
Okay, I take it one step further, Candy. Time is the most valuable, and the older you get, I'm speaking from 61, time is the most valuable thing, commodity we have as a human.
it
We're
is.
limited on it. We're limited on the time and what we do in it. Okay, if time is the most valuable, I'm not going to spend my time playing their fucking game, mind fucking me to make me paranoid and buy shit I don't need and blah, 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 and stay in line and do this. No, I'm going to spend my time finding out answers to the universe, man. That's what I want. Where did it all start? You know, alien, blah, blah. And it all goes to the fucking stars, all of it.
Yeah.
I'll spend my time that way gladly. And if they want to call me crazy, go ahead. I'm the one sitting back laughing, man, because I think you're wasting your, I'm not speaking to you in general, but people with that mindset that don't believe in aliens, keep
Yeah.
playing their game, man. Keep feeding the machine. Thank you for your contribution to fuck us as humanity worldwide. Thank you. Appreciate
But
it. Good looking out.
I think they do believe in aliens. They're just afraid to admit it because once they do, it breaks their reality in their little safe bubble of being able to be conformed into society. Because the moment you don't conform to society, you are either under the microscope or you're seen as different. And people are terrified of what they don't understand or what they don't know.
Well, I think you and I we're obligated to hop on the back of these motherfuckers and ride the shit out of them into that fucking pond and make them drink. I think we're obligated to do it, man. We have to. We're jockeys, jockeys of humanity.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh my, I feel like I need to make a shirt now for that. We are jockeys of humanity.
I think I'm going to change my channel name to that, Jockeys of Humanity.
Hilarious. I kind of love that.
I do.
Jockeys of human. I'm gonna tell
I
Heather
would.
that.
Well, I have to give homage to Forrest Finn. I wouldn't have said that if it wasn't for him.
Jockeys of humanity. Just make sure you don't put jock straps of humanity, and we'll be good.
Yeah. What the hell? What the hell? If they want to take it to that level, shit, I'll ride a jock strap while I'm riding the shit out of you people. It's up to
Oh,
you. I
that's a visual I could have gone my entire life without seeing. Jock straps.
I don't know. With my old age and fat ass, I might go with the sumo wrap instead.
Oh
I'm
my
not feeling
God.
jockey, man.
Portable diaper. What made you think? I don't know, but I'm gonna shit myself, so I have the diaper.
Just in case.
Oh my God. I gotta see if the chat actually comment on that. Hold on. What the fuck? Jockeys of humanity. Oh man, Justin's still in here. Let me see. There's Richard. Picasso looks like kindergarten kids painting. Candia would quote Solomon, with greatest knowledge comes great sorrow. Okay. Jockeys of humanity. There's only 11 people in here. Only 11 people got that joke.
Hell, it's 4 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, man.
Oh shit, yeah, I know. I forgot you're what, 3 hours ahead?
Yeah, I'm on a third shift schedule, man. I've been staying up at night, sleeping during the day.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. It's bad.
Yeah.
You're like, shut up, I'm the jockeys of humanity.
No, actually, all throughout, I know it's not like physically help. I still get sun and I take extra vitamin D. I take precautions, but my creativity it's the witching hour or whatever. I
Yeah.
feel more alive at nighttime. I really do. I think it's a sense of like the surroundings are usually quieter because people's asleep. And I don't know, creativity wise and able to think, I just
Are you in
seem to
the
have a
dark?
clearer path.
But are you in the dark?
Yeah, I don't have no electricity, nothing. I'm sitting by a candle in a wood shack in the middle of the woods down by the river.
No, you're not.
No, you know what I mean. I just feel more alive and able to think clearer and easier at night.
You know what you should do too? Well, not at nighttime. That doesn't sound fun, but um during the day when there's not like electricity and all that shit around, take your shoes off and just walk around in the woods or like in the grass. Put your feet.
It's called grounding. I've been
Yeah,
grounding since I was young. Yeah, anytime I'm out in the woods I don't like doing the paths. Like if you go on a nature trail or a path, it's
yeah,
fucking unless your feet and I don't go barefoot all the time, so my feet's kind of sensitive. But grass, anytime I'm in grass, my shoes instantly go. I wear like flip-flop things anyhow, sandals or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, anytime, especially grass. My shit, it's called grounding. And it, people laugh and say, "Oh, some hocus pocus hippie shit." I'm like, "Yeah, you've never got in tune with Earth, have you?" That's why we're hugging trees because we feel them, man. We're in tune with them.
Well,
You're
you know what?
not. Sorry to
Yeah.
hear that.
So I understand walking around the grass and the dirt and everything, but why don't we walk in the like the beach and the sand? Because like if we're in tune with the waves and the waves are in tune with the moon, then wouldn't the best grounding be putting our feet in the water?
Yeah, in sand. Think about it. That sand. I mean, I'm exaggerating here, but you're walking on millions, if not billions, of fucking years. Those rocks, that sand is like millions or billions of fucking years old. That's pretty profound if you think about it.
Yeah. I love shit like that. Like you know how you could go to Florida and you just walk on the beach and you can find history from like hundreds of years ago? I'm like kind of sus of people that aren't enamored or moved by it, that notion, that fact that like there's history, there's a untold story at your fingertips just by going on a walk at the beach. And then other people are like, yeah, so are we gonna get a bottle of vodka for the club tonight? It's just like, why are we friends?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's that. Um, yeah, it's a tightrope. I mean, we're pack animals. We want to belong, but it's hard to find a like minded. You
I
know,
mean, I
with
could balance. You could give me the bottle of vodka while I walk the beach and look for the fucking history. Like,
I'm in Central Ohio. We have, I think it's called like Shale Rock, it's called, but
yeah.
this used to be underwater. Long story short, anywhere you go, you walk out any woods and pick up a rock and crack it, and it's not like slate, but it's like layered, and you hit it with a hammer and break it. There's fossils everywhere. And I used to, if I know it fascinated me as a kid. So long story short, I'd take my kids and grandkids. And like the first time they look at it when they're young, like, you know, 2, 3, and they're able to understand to look at their eyes. And I'm like, I remember that look, man. It was like, think about it. When you just walking randomly, picking up a rock, hit it with a hammer, break it, and there's a fossil that's millions of years old. It's like, oh shit. People don't nowadays. Nah, it doesn't impress kids, and it certainly doesn't impress most adults. But if you think about it, that's a fucking snapshot of, 20 billion years old. This thing was alive on the ocean floor or whatever.
Yeah, and I think that's so fascinating. And it's like it's sad that people who have credentials like PhDs and things like that are the ones that shut down the imagination for others. They, based on ego, they think that they're the only ones worth being able to state what is their opinion, and anyone without a PhD is irrelevant. And they were once irrelevant like us. They didn't have a PhD, they just had an imagination and no one shut them down. So it's kind of sad that like once you get to that level and you have a PhD, that you just shut people down. You're not willing to hear that point of view or that perspective. It's your point of view and that's it.
I call that group, and religion is the key driver of that group. Politics, religion, mass people in general across the planet. They're the puppet masters. As long as they keep everyone in turmoil and chaos, they can make their money and convince. We're paying them to convince us that we're all fucked up and the world's going to end. And in the meantime, they're making billions and trillions of dollars off of us, keeping everybody in the blind. But people that don't think that way and like hug a tree and ground and fascinated with a pick up a rock and their mind, blah, 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 the creative people. Yeah, that we're a detriment to their control. And I think COVID was one of their, like, they know they're losing control because now they're admitting to aliens that will rock the entire fucking existence of the history of this planet worldwide based off of religion. And I've said it many times. People criticize me. I've been thinking this since 75. Religion is the worst thing that ever fucking happened to this planet. It might have been good at the time because the mass humanity was ignorant fucking savages and they might have needed it. We don't need it now. Now it's a detriment. And
This is
unfortunately, Christianity and governments has profited off of their existence ever since
yeah,
um they came
but
around.
your tangent, I just have to point out to people, religion is just worshiping aliens. Okay, so that's what's so funny is they're telling you that you have to worship something that's non-existent and it's the very thing that you're worshiping. Have fun with that one.
And they're denying they exist. Why they're telling you to worship them?
I know, hidden plain sight again. Like, how freaking mind-blowing is that? Like, we are literally dying and going to war and sacrificing and doing unspeakable things to state that my God is better than your God, but you're not allowed to question my God, even though it's the same God, but by the way, it's in the stars. Okay, cool.
And never mind that flying ship you just saw go over my head. Never mind that. That didn't happen. That's not my God.
Dinosaurs are dinosaurs. It's not dragons. I can't. I love it. I love it. This is why you just sit here long enough and you just fucking think and you're just like, wait a minute.
Well, you know what's funny? Let's break it down to like child level. This is how I explained it back to my like elementary school kids when they asked me about religion. If God created, 7 days, we know the story. He created man, then Eve came off of Adam, took a rib, blah, blah. When did he have time to create the dinosaurs? And when did they come in? Is that what kicked them out of the Garden of Eden? Dinosaurs came in? Why did he create dinosaurs?
Wait, so you're telling me the Bible just went full on Jurassic Park on us? So we got Jurassic Park and aliens?
Well, I've read the Bible many times. I've never read about dinosaurs in there. When did he do that? And why did he create all those dinosaurs?
I find it funny. Oh, wait, hold on. Canopy. What? Do you know canopy is a tabernacle and a slash chapel?
A canopy?
Yeah,
Um,
tabernacle.
a tabernacle.
So portable sanctuary carried by the Israelites in the wilderness. The tabernacle, canopy, tomb, monument, tent, especially a tent of an aguar for taking observation, diminutive of taberna, hut, cabin, booth, tavern.
Hold
The,
on. Did you say what was that? Taking measurements of what?
let me go.
Sounds like an observatory.
Portable sanctuary carried by the Israelites in the wilderness. The Jewish tabernacle, tent, canopy, tomb, monument. From Latin tabernaculum, tent, especially a tent of an aguar, for taking observations. Diminutive of taberna, a hut, a cabin, a booth.
Taking observations. Yeah, what are they observing? The stars.
Exactly. So canopy of stars, so tabernacle. So hold on. I like to go down rabbit holes all the time.
Well,
Um,
here's another. That's a real quick side note.
oh my
Every
God,
civilized
church,
culture studied the
church.
stars.
No, oh my street, church, church, canopy of stars, street. Do you get
Church,
it? Do you
yeah,
get it?
found under a canopy of stars. He's not going to say it's buried. It's there. You just can't see it. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this is only half because I'm the biggest supporter of land isn't an issue, but just to like, get the party started, canopy of stars, Roslyn Chapel. Roslyn Chapel. The blood. Okay, so if the stars are what I just told you tonight, right? The Fisher King, right?
Yep.
And Fisher King is that bloodline, specifically of the troubadours. And
Yep.
then Canopy is the church of the troubadours.
Yep.
Church of the Troubadours is Roslyn Chapel, and I already went there without even knowing I was fucking going there for the reason that this is telling me to go there. Hidden in plain sight. Hidden in plain sight. Are you serious? I love it. I love it. Although I'm
Well, hold
also
on. Hold on. COTT, cot. Put it under your bed and sleep on it for 30 days. Church of the Troubadours equals cot.
I want to know the freakiest thing that the universe just did right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna fucking believe it. I'm gonna have to take a screenshot of this shit. So the moment I said I understand the translation of Canopy of Stars means Roslyn Chapel, guess what popped up on my phone?
What?
A Snapchat request saying Lucifer wants to be your friend. I'm not even fucking kidding. It's fucking double horns and all, dude. Hold on, I gotta Snapchat this. Like, I gotta screenshot this for you real fast.
The funny part, it's on Snapchat. That's the funny part.
I can't breathe. Hold on. Why
Not Twitter, not not Instagram, Snapchat.
I don't is loose is the devil fucking a millennial? Like, what's going on? Hold on.
I think Satan just endorsed Snapchat. Seems to be his domain. I thought he was on TikTok, actually. He might be, but Snapchat, interesting.
Horns and all. Fucking horns and all. Please explain to me why Lucifer wants to be my friend. The moment I am like, oh, the fucking solution to translate Canopy of Stars is Roslyn Chapel. And then he's like, hey.
He looks like Ned from what's it, Simpsons? Don't he look like Ned with that
Oh, he goes in the
mustache?
bush. Heidi ho.
Isn't that the neighbor with put glasses on him, man? That's Ned.
Okay, so now I'm gonna forever. Oh wait, Ned was super religious too, wasn't he? Wasn't
Yes.
he? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I. That's funny.
See, Simpsons do tell the future. Satan's been hiding in front of everybody in the church the whole time.
Why did Satan want to be my friend? I'm so I'm so creeped out right now.
Well, I'd rather have him as a friend than an enemy.
I just what the hell? Okay, the temple in Jerusalem, which continued the function of the tabernacle. The body is a temporary abode of the soul. The Eucharist, the sense of house of worship, generally a temporary one or somehow otherwise distinguished from a church. Yeah, it's Roslyn Chapel. What in the hellfire? Okay, Roslyn. Remember we went down this rabbit hole a couple of weeks ago, or like maybe a couple of months ago?
Yeah. Many times we've been down Roslyn Chapel.
I want to see if Roslyn Chapel has stars. Hold on.
If you look, a lot of them, I'm not sure what they call it, but you know, in the church where they have the highest point and it's like a weird shape, it's like almost circular or arcular or whatever it is, like a bunch of arcs, but they call it like the main chapel. A lot of them, if you look up at the top, a lot of them had constellations painted into whatever mural was up there, whatever saint or god or whatever. I think they might have a total. I don't think there's like people in it, but I think it's like a night sky of a constellation, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, they do. Roslyn Chapel's darkest secret. Hold on. There's stars.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's talking about the Cross Lorraine. Hold on. In Return to Roslyn Chapel, published in Atlantis Rising, I revealed the discovery of a Lorraine cross encoded in Roslyn's 5-course vaulted ceiling. Wayne Herschel, author of 2003's The Hidden Records, has now added another layer to the mystery by claiming that a Vitruvian man, a symbol made much in the Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code, is also encoded there. His claims have led me to Roslyn's darkest secret. I discovered the cross when, upon looking at the ceiling, I noticed that the architectural elements of the second and fourth courses looked uncomfortably crowded. As a trained graphic artist, whose job is to bring a visual order to chaos, I naturally wondered why. Pushing the crowding elements out to the left and right to the ceiling until all the elements were harmoniously spaced revealed the two-barred cross of Lorraine. While it is not within the scope of this article to read my theories about why a Lorraine cross would be encoded there, it will be useful to keep in mind the following. It is upside down. The shorter bar symbolizing Inri sign put above the head of the crucified Christ should be above longer. Today's sovereign military order, the Temple of Jerusalem, uses the same reverse barred configuration official insignia, but does not say why. Okay, so an equal barred cross of Lorraine was the first insignia granted to the Knights Templar, and Dogbert's Revenge. Boyd Rice says that the equal barred cross represents the union of opposites, the intersection of creative force and destructive force, or the union of male and female principles. The bar above mirrors the bar below, and as such is symbolic of the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below. I literally this just earlier in my live, I talked about the cross Lorraine and how it hides shit. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm just back here fucking around. I'm like, oh, this translates to this. Oh, if that translates to this, then like Canopy of Stars means this. And then I went to Roslyn Chapel because that's the answer. And then I'm like, oh, does Roslyn Chapel have a Canopy of Stars? Yes, yes, it does. What does it say? Fucking cross Lorraine. I can't make this shit up straight. And also, apparently, Lucifer is like, hey, what you got there? Like, how fucking weird is that, dude? I think that's pretty fucking weird. I'm a little weirded out right now.
No, no, no. Everything happens for a reason.
Well,
You know,
explain to
you
me.
know how, think about it. You can have and basically we're talking the devil is knowledge. He creeps into people, whispers in their ears, and convinces them to do bad things. That's just you fighting yourself. If you don't entertain those thoughts from the get-go and you know who you are, um, especially people's like, oh yeah, you're gonna rot in hell for what you believe. I'm like, haven't even listened to what I said. I don't believe in some invisible God. Therefore, the devil, why even bring him up? He's moot. Has nothing to do with the argument. If I don't believe in the God, there's no reason I believe. Do I believe in good and bad? Sure, I do. Light and dark, yep. But I don't label him an invisible white bearded white guy sitting on a throne and floating in the city in heaven, and a
Wait a
fucking dead
minute.
dude that's with a pitchfork that lives in a fucking rotten hell burning forever. Get the fuck out of here. Are
Hold
you
on. Hold on. Before you go on that tangent, because I could hear that tangent coming. It says in Manly P. Hall's 1928 book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, which I just brought up a little bit ago, Hall claims when the upright star turns and the upper point falls to the bottom, it signifies the fall of the morning star. And it shows that the cross of Lorraine is doing exactly that. It says that it revealed the upside down Lorraine cross. There were 5 elements left over, which I took to symbolize a 5-pointed star, which can of course be drawn within the 5 points of Herschel's pentagram. And if the configuration of the cross is upside down, then by turning it right side up, the 5-pointed star and the star course turn with it. And that's what Manly P. Hall talks about.
is that analogy of that falling morning star? Isn't that the fall of Satan? Isn't that what it represents? The fall of
Yeah.
Satan to earth?
Yeah, and the fall of Satan is when they talk about how Satan fell from the heavens,
Yeah.
in his diadem he lost the emerald, and that's what the emerald tablet comes from. So
Yeah.
in Wolfram von Echtenbach, the Grail is actually symbolized by the emerald, and it even talks about the fall of Satan, and then that's just literally the whole Holy Grail thing was just a smart way for them to cover up alchemy, because that was when they were like branding people heretics and burning them at the stake for it, and all
I have a couple
alchemists.
issues. Yeah, I have a couple issues with that story. First off, God's the all-knowing, all-powerful. He had his right-hand man, which God didn't fight him himself. He sent an army. It's actually Archangel Michael defeated, and his
Yeah.
army of angels defeat. God didn't even face him himself. I gotta throw up a red flag. Whoa, I guess you're not as special as why do you need an army? You're God. You don't need no fucking army. And this is your right hand big deal. But if you look at it in the aspect of, let's say there's two fighting forces up in the heavens. We'll call them spaceships fighting each other, opposing forces. One of them gets defeated and gets cast down to earth, and his knowledge of what he comes from the stars, and his knowledge comes down to earth. That makes more sense if you want to read the story, to me.
Well, okay, I agree with that, but look at this. So it's talking about could could it be the upside down the ring cross, Herschel's Vitruvian Man in the pentagram, and the mistake in the order of the stars and Rosalind's ceiling were meant to act in concert to symbolize for those with eyes to see the darkest secret in the world, that we live on a flawed planet. In Plato's The Statesman, the philosopher has this to say about the various cataclysmic tales. All these stories and others still more extraordinary have their source in one and the same event. At certain periods, the universe has its present circular motion, and after long intervals, this motion shifts such that during other periods it revolves in a contrary direction. And inevitably, at the time this reversal takes place, there's a great destruction of animals in general, and only a small part of the human race survives. I'm sorry, have you ever read that?
No. Where
In other,
are you getting that from? Where did you read that from?
in Plato's The Statesman?
And
Let's see.
Plato was like what, 630 something or 6 something BC?
I don't remember. So there have been many and diverse destructions of mankind. We know this because we possess the records of those who witnessed the events and survived. Now, the stories that they are told have the fashion of a legend, but the truth of them lies in the shifting of the bodies in the heavens that recurs at long intervals. In other words, Plato is implying that these many and diverse destructions of mankind were cataclysms of a cynical nature. His shifting of the bodies in the heavens may have been witnessed, as he says, but it would have been the earth the witness stood on that was moving, not in the heavens. His scenario also brings into philosophical doubt the existence of either a perfect creator or merciful God. I've recently been in touch with Gary Osborne, whose forthcoming book, The Axis of God, will talk in fascinating detail about a recurring symbol he has discovered in an astonishing number of famous artworks, including those of Nicholas Poussin. There he is again in
Busan.
Arcadia. Yeah, Poussin, he's everywhere with the troubadours. Okay. So remember how I told you Rosslyn Chapel links to Rennes Le Chateau?
Yep.
Rennes Le Chateau, midday blue apples. When you solve that part of the riddle, it takes you to Rosslyn Chapel. And Nicholas Poussin was the one you had to figure out in order to be brought to Rosslyn Chapel. And so now you have Nicholas Poussin again for Rosslyn Chapel. And it's talking about Poussin's painting that was found at Rennes Le Chateau. So it says that the famous painting, the angle of 23.5 degrees, this angle, he reminds us, is the angle that the Earth is presently tipped at, a phenomenon that gives our planet its 4 seasons and enables us to judge the passage of time, short or long, by the observably changing positions of heavenly bodies throughout the year and indeed over the millennia. Why would these artists encode the angle of the Earth's tilt into their works? Was it simply to prove that they had greater knowledge than history has given them credit for? Or was it for another reason? Because they have been warning us that the Earth's tilt was not natural, that it had changed more than once before and would change more than once again. Could they have been saying, in their quietly cryptic way, the cynical cataclysm had not only happened, but also were predictable? Taking a cue from Osborne's astounding observation of my theory that the symbology of the Rosslyn Chapel ceiling was put in place to draw attention to a day the sky fell, I decided to look for the 23.5-degree angle in Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Remarkably, it was there, the angles between the man's 2 left arms and 2 right arms, then connected to the prominent dots that Leonardo had so very obliquely drawn at the lower corners of the square, delineating the proportions of his man's head, measured exactly 23.5 degrees. Wayne Herschel, while showing how the proportions of a body can delineate a pentagram, had eliminated the angle that Da Vinci had encoded. While he cautiously suggests that Herschel's thesis will eventually maintain that human life on Earth came from elsewhere in the universe, a theory I and others subscribe to, aliens. My focus is this article is not to show where humankind came from, so much as where it might be headed. While Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man does not show the arms extended overhead, Marcus Vitruvius Pollio has this to say in De Architecture. I think it's the Architecture, the only major book on architecture that survives from classical antiquity. The navel is naturally placed in the center of the human body, and if in a man's lying with his face upward and his hands and feet extended, from his navel as the center a circle be described, it will touch his fingers and toes. Let's now reconsider Herschel's crucifixion of the Vitruvian Man on the upside down cross Lorraine, noting that the location of the man's navel, as shown in Herschel's graphic, lies between the second and third courses of the ceiling. Freemasons Robert Lomas and Christopher Knight in the 1996 book The Hierarchy focus their attention elsewhere after speculating that the ground plan of Rosslyn Chapel mirrors that of Herod's Temple. They calculate that an invisible seal of Solomon, more commonly known as the Star of David, can be drawn above the floor within the chapel's exacting architectural measurements and draw the reader's attention to a carved pendulum known as the Sinclair engrailed boss, which hangs directly overhead. The very center of this invisible seal of Solomon, they say in the arched roof of there is a large suspended boss in the form of a decorated arrowhead that points straight down to a keystone in the floor below. It is, we believe, the stone that must be raised to enter the reconstructed vaults of Herod's temple and recover the Nasurian scrolls. What in the fuck? Are you still there?
Yeah.
The
Are you?
Nasurian scrolls?
I'm assuming that chapel, I know Rosslyn goes back to the French one. The French one goes back to Jerusalem, don't it? The Middle East.
Well, yeah, but you remember how I've been working on a 12th century riddle on Wolfram and Echtenbach's Parzival, and the whole entire reason for the riddle is saying figure out the bloodline of Solomon?
Right.
And this is the answer. And there's an article stating that the Seal of Solomon's in the canopy of stars in Rosslyn Chapel.
Which represents knowledge, wisdom, wealth.
And it's saying that it basically is showing the Nasurian scrolls. Do you
Scroll.
know what those are, Street?
Yeah, when you start talking scrolls, you're talking earliest forms of writing down their thoughts,
It's
equations.
it's it's the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, scrolls.
Okay, so were the Dead Sea Scrolls not a part of the Library of Alexandria?
Um, Dead Sea. I don't know if I was under the impression that the Dead Sea Scrolls were made by the Jewish people at the time, running from, I think, the Romans, or they were running from everybody, but I think the Romans, so they hid all these, and then you have the copper ones with all the alleged billion-dollar treasures all over, but I think they originated out of the Jewish race in that area, running from persecution from, I think, the Romans.
Well, yeah, but it's the Nazarenes, right?
Okay, the Nazarenes is the one that wrote them, or the ones they were running from?
I think they're the ones that wrote them.
Okay, but they were trying to preserve their way of thinking, their religion, from like an opposing force.
Well, let me see.
So
This
Alexandria, hold on, when was out the Library of Alexandria? You're talking like,
is the time of Alexander the Great, and I thought it was like Cleopatra and shit.
yeah, okay, he had domain. He had all the Mediterranean area he conquered. I'm sure he gathered a lot of, he might have had some of them. He might have came across some through that. He might have been one of them they were trying to hide it from. You know, he got some of it, but not all of it. Yeah, that would make sense. But
Well,
what all I was saying was I don't think they actually came from the Dead Sea. I think it might have been the same group, but he had maybe got it through some of his conquering through the area. That would make sense.
but like, okay, so Lomas and Knight based a theory on the words of the first Templars as given in the fraternity's Royal Arch Decree, which reads as follows. We determined to examine it, the vaults of Herod's temple, for which purpose removed two of the stones when we discovered a vault of considerable magnitude, and immediately cast lots who should descend. The lot fell on me when lest any anxious vapors or other causes should render my situation unsafe. My companions fastened this cord of lifeline around my body, and I was duly lowered into the vault. On arriving at the bottom, I gave a preconcerted signal, and my companions gave me more line, which enabled me to traverse the vault. I then discovered something in the form of a pedestal and felt certain marks or characters thereon, but from the want of light, I was unable to ascertain what they were. I also found the scroll, but from the same cause, I was unable to read its contents. I therefore gave another preconcerted signal and was drawn out of the vault, bringing the scroll with me. We then discovered from the first sentence that it contained the records of the most holy law, which had been promulgated by our God at the foot of Mount Sinai. Well, who knows? Most books have a climax, and that was theirs. No book, however, has brought more attention to Roslyn Chapel than Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code. Because of that book's enormous readership, guides at Roslyn Chapel must now explain why there is no Star of David carved in the chapel's floor, even though Brown clearly based his suggestion on Lomas and Knight's speculations. There can be no doubt that with the questing public wants to get into the Roslyn sealed vaults, perhaps when the current ticket sales start to decline, those seals will open. That might take some time. If there is indeed an invisible Vitruvian man, however, crucified in the upside down Lorraine cross, encoded in Rosalind's chapel ceiling, then we must again consider the importance Marcus Vitruvius Polio and Leonardo da Vinci placed on the navel as the center of the circle. What?
Talking about navels,
Yeah.
interesting. Umbilically attached. We're umbilically attached to the stars. Is that basically what they're saying? They keep mentioning that's like the second or third time I heard you say
Navel?
yeah, navel. I almost said belly button. It was navel. The navel is like that's everything comes from the navel. If it wasn't for the navel and umbilical cord, we wouldn't be alive.
Huh. Yeah, no, that's
Linked
true.
to the stars. There's two things that through all the things I've thought about, two things still perplex me when I think about them, and I never can come to a conclusion. That's the universe and what's out there, and here, why do men have nipples? Now think about it before you like brush it off. Everything on a man's body is like my legs are designed to make my feet so I can go. Arms, hands, genitalia, everything has a purpose. Eyes, ears. What the fuck? Why do I have something on my body that has no purpose? Have you ever thought about that?
A little bit. But it
No,
does
it's
have
interesting.
purpose.
Women, of course, yeah, your nipples have a purpose. Men's don't. So why do we have them? Why is something on our body the only thing on our body that has really no fucking purpose to be there? There's no reason for me to have nipples.
So you could pinch him and call yourself Jack?
So you can get a purple what purple nipple or whatever. God has a sense of humor, don't he? Ha ha.
Wait, okay, so this is saying a line drawn between the moon and the sun creates an angle of exactly 23.5 degrees, a clear, indeed blatant reference to the positions of the heavenly bodies relative to Earth's axial tilt that has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. There it is again, hidden in plain sight.
They've actually, I think it's pretty much like scientifically approved. Every like 12 years, our axis twists and we get or turns or whatever shifts, and we get an ice age thing. I think they pretty
Oh,
much, and we're in that period. If I'm not mistaken, we're at it or about to enter into the time frame when it's supposed to happen. Every like 12,000 years, I think.
well, yeah, it's saying whether or not our Earth once spun without a tilt, enjoying golden time, of endless Atlantean summer and was knocked off kilter at the hand of a less than merciful god, a comet, an asteroid, a magnetic pole shift, the return of Zechariah Sitchin's 12th planet, or whatever planetary upheaval any combination of the above might visit upon us, it is not likely that so much effort would be put into telling us that our home had suffered a 1 in a million chance cataclysm. Since you can't change chance, why bother? It is far more likely that they were warning us that the cataclysm documented in our myths had happened before and would certainly happen again. In doing so, they were showing that they cared more about us than we seem to care about each other now. Perhaps they knew all of us, no matter where we live, of what God we had been taught to pray to, were adrift on the same rocky boat. Shouldn't we have learned by now how to row together?
Well, it's interesting. I've heard a lot of discussions about because of this abnormal wobble or whatever the wobble we have. I'll call it abnormal wobble. The moon became essential. Without the moon, we wouldn't. It wouldn't be able to do. There'd be nothing on Earth without the moon. And I found that interesting. All of a sudden, you're mentioning gods here, the heavenly something from the heavens made the earth shift for whatever reason. And guess what's there to save us? The counterbalance, the moon.
Well, yeah, but check this out. Okay, you know how there was like a bunch of coins in the chest or whatever? I just found something interesting. So it says that while I did not know it at the time the article went to press, I was soon informed that the 23.5-degree angle and its 47-degree double are two of Freemasonry's cosmic angles. Angles. According to Frank C. Higgins in his 1919 book, Ancient Freemasonry, An Introduction to Masonic Archaeology, Higgins goes on to say that these angles are also encoded on coins showing pre-Christian Phoenician temples of Cyprus, ancient Greek paintings of Hermes and Circes, as well as in the Masonic keystone and compass to the present day. This was, of course, in Higgins' present day. Today's Masonic compasses are open to 60 degrees. Didn't Finn have one of those in the chest? Wasn't
I'm
it?
trying to think. It was like 265 double eagle, most of them. But I think there was some. Did he say Turkish and Greek or something? Mediterranean. I think he did. Like I don't know. I don't have the book handy, but I
I
think in
thought
the
there was
chapter,
one that was Circe's, wasn't it?
you actually seen the picture, or he mentioned it's probably the picture you saw, right? There was a
It
picture of it.
was it was a scrapbook. It was hold on, Forrest Fenn, Circe's coin. I'm pretty sure it's Circe's. Circe was it Circe's? Okay, full text of poetry. Uh, Ode Forrest and one. No, what was it? It was one of those. Was it Hermes? Would that be Greek? That would be Greek, right? Greek
Yeah,
coin?
yeah. Met well. Maybe for some reason I'm seeing Mediterranean, man. I don't know if he mentioned it. I'm trying to feed into it. I think I whatever chapter in the Thrill of the Chase where he's explaining a few things in the chest.
Yeah. I know there was one coin in there that didn't fit anything. It was really weird. Ancient coins. Okay. Uh-oh. Was it this one? Hold on. Let's see. Greek coins. Yeah. It's showing Forest from the Treasure Hunt. It was Greek coins. But which one in particular? I always see Greek masks, spinel cloth yarns. Which one? Because I know we talked about Minerva, the Minerva statue, or the Minerva bird, in the treasure vault.
Yeah. I actually didn't know they made coins with like philosophers on it, like Plato and Socrates and Hermes. Hermes, I can understand because hell, he was the one like kings would fucking bid for him to come over in their court and like enlighten them and build shit and do shit for him, wasn't it? That was Hermes.
Hermes? Really?
Yeah. If I'm not maybe I'm mistaking him for someone else, but I think kings like bidded for his company and his wisdom.
Well,
He was like,
yeah, he was a
well,
philosopher.
yeah. It was like back, you know how like kings and queens of Europe would hire like Mozart or something and have him in it. They called it having him in his court, and the king would pay him to be around and like entertain him, philosophize with them, and hell, just like they used to like have like wizards come back in the day. You'd hire the best wizard in town to come and protect you and do some shit for you.
Well, that's interesting. Wait, where's I know he fucking I know there's a specific coin that was mentioned in a scrapbook from him. Maybe it is Mediterranean.
Spanish, maybe it could be. Was it? I would see Spanish, possibly.
No, no, it wasn't that. I remember it has something to do with ancient Greece. I know that because that's what got me interested was okay, hold on.
Well, if that's the fact, then that's even like hidden in plain sight again. Getting it. What is Greece known for? They're philosophers. That's what when you think Greece, what do you the Parthenon, this and that, democracy, blah blah, philosophy, open thinkers.
Well, it's not just that. It was stating that the whole thing about Roslyn Chapel and all the stuff that they were going in detail about, it goes even more into, I think it was Crete, Kate Search for the Treasure, Our Dealer First Fan. It talks about the compasses of the Freemasons.
And their angles, a 60-degree angle. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said that the coins would be pre-Christian, Phoenician temples of Cyprus, ancient Greek paintings of Hermes and Circe, as well as a Masonic keystone. So ancient, so pre-Christian Phoenician temples of Cyprus. Hold on. There's the coins. Masonic compasses are open to 60 degrees. What is that coin though? Hold on. Ancient Phoenician temples of worship kindle degree angles. Is this the one? I could have sworn this is like one of the coins that was in here. And if that's the case, that's just proof it's more Freemasonry stuff. What? What was it? Um. Oh wait, here's this. Okay, Santa Fe, more than 2 million. Okay, does it show what's in here? Soro Sagrado Holdings, which sus by the way. Okay, Box for Riches, Rocky Mountains, 100,000s. When is it? Listing page for the auction contains hundreds of coins, gold nuggets, gold plates, gold dust. Okay. Listing page. Let's see if it's that. Eh. Browse all items. Okay, so there's one of the nuggets. There's another nugget. Where are the coins? I know a lot of people got coins. Jeez, that's a lot of like fractions of gold. Like, you get a gold flake. You get a gold flake. Like,
Yeah.
I never took them seriously with that. I'm like, fucking gold flakes? Like, you know, put that in your Lucky Charms cereal? Wait, what is that one? Okay, that's a Liberty Eagle. Indian quarter penny? Wait, I thought I gave a penny like that to Fen. Three gold
If I'm not
pieces.
mistaken, they had standing liberties and sitting liberties.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of liberties in here, but I ain't looking for liberties. I'm looking for that weird coin. Because I know it exists. Unless they took it out. That'd be funny. I remember in a scrapbook he talks about it. Because I remember thinking, okay, this isn't adding up with everything else that he's got in the The treasure, like the theme and everything.
Yeah.
Where the hell is it? Especially Minerva. Minerva wasn't adding up either. There's a double eagle. And those look weird. How much did they get for the what? $7,200 for a fucking coin? Oh my gosh.
For a double eagle, gold ounce gold coin.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't keep up on the gold market. What's gold? I mean, you got the whatever that word is, intrinsic value or whatever of what it is, but the fact it's a coin, but the gold value, what's gold up to an ounce? I have no clue.
I'm not sure, but 1652 oak tree shilling. Does that sound familiar to you?
1652 oak what?
Oak tree shilling?
Oak tree shilling. That'd be silver then. It's not gold, it's silver. A shilling silver.
That's weird. That doesn't add up.
Yeah, was that in the you're in the chest right now looking at coins sold at an auction or actual pictures of the chest?
The coins in the chest. They have them like categorized and cataloged.
I was gonna say I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure shillings are silver.
Yeah, no, I know they are. Okay, that's Queen Victoria. It's Great Britain. I'm looking for anything Mediterranean. Like, okay, there's a Russian coin. Okay, the old gold ornament and bracelet. Are we done with coins? There's
If
the
I'm
disc.
okay, the Turkish, I think I came up with the Turkish coin, I think was one of the they said they verified it as counterfeit. It was a one Turkish coin.
It was Turkish?
Yeah, one of the counterfeits that like the 5 counterfeits, and this is a story we're going that we've heard. I'm not saying it happened or it didn't, whatever. Commenting on the story, it was a Turkish coin that was one of the 5 counterfeits that the auction house found in the chest presented to them. Turkish.
They, Turkish?
Mhm.
Turkey. Does that go with Crete?
Crete? No, no, that's up in the whatever the eastern part of the Mediterranean. No, Turkey would be like, think about it. They were ransacking the Holy Land, Jerusalem, and all that, and with gold, wisdom, knowledge, whatever. Turkish got they were in there fighting with the Crusades and shit. It was the Turks, the what's that other one? Not the Phoenicians, but the
Uh,
um Ottoman Empire, I think, was in
oh
there at
yeah, the
some point.
Ottomans.
Yeah, a lot of countries was fighting. It wasn't just the Crusades coming down stealing shit and ransacking cities and grabbing shit. It was from the eastern part of the East too.
Huh,
So,
interesting.
so yeah, they were all ransacking, getting wisdom, gold, riches.
Why? What the I'm like looking at all these damn friggin' Liberty Eagles. I'm about to ready to go cross-eyed.
Yeah,
There's like 20 pages or 10 pages. It can be a little dramatic, but still. Where's the counterfeit coins? I don't even see those. There's more double eagles. There's a Mexico coin. Mexico. Mexico again. What in the hellfire? Why are there so many Mexico coins?
Cosmo.
Cozumel. Well, yeah. It's Great Britain,
I'm
Austria.
sorry.
Oh,
Was that a
there's
rhetorical question, Candy? I apologize. I'll keep quiet.
no, there's an 1892 Austria coin. That's weird. That doesn't add up or fit with the theme.
Austria? Sure it
Yeah.
does. Sure it does. There's a
Well,
lot of wealth, knowledge, and old money in Austria and Germany back in the day before they became, oh yeah.
no, I'm saying it doesn't add up with that. I'm saying it's not adding up with the theme. There's the gold frog. There's more nuggets. Honestly, I'm curious to see. Wait, was it Godelkin who ended up getting the gold frog from the auction?
I'm not sure.
Pretty sure
Well,
it
hold
was.
on. Austria, that's Vienna.
Yeah,
That makes total sense. Think of what is Vienna known for?
sausages.
Wow, was that a Freudian slip? Yeah, I don't think of buttered sausages. No, I'm thinking Renaissance, um,
Golden
cultural
era?
Vienna.
Vienna.
That was the center of, like, wisdom and knowledge and creativity at the time at one certain time, Vienna. If you made it to the front stage of or the main stage of Vienna, you were someone.
Really?
Shit, yes. Research Vienna. Just pull up what's Vienna known for throughout history
I
and look at
can't.
the
I'm on
names that
page
show
10
up.
of all these coins. I'm seeing double at this point.
Yeah, for sure. That if there's only one of them, yeah, that's a slight like wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Vienna.
Right? I
Let's go
never
back.
actually thought about. Wait, I don't
Let's
even
go.
think it's in the catalog. Because I know the catalog is the ones that were up for purchase, but I know the counterfeit ones were never purchased.
Well, I'll tell you, when you mentioned that shilling, that got my attention. If it's only one shilling and there's only one silver bracelet, there's two one silver. Let's see, the bracelet tied him to his destiny like a handcuff, and there's that one coin to
Like a
raise it,
handcuff.
right? I'm
Like a
thinking
handcuff.
he never mentioned more than that bracelet being silver. That's interesting.
Let's see. This is more double eagles. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go crazy seeing these double eagles. Oh. Oh, hold on. Did you know Forrest put a 1984 Olympic torch medal in the lot?
Metal,
Yeah, a
like first.
1980. Yeah, it's a commemorative. So it says Liberty and God We Trust 1984, and it's the Olympics
It's
with
a
a man.
coin. It's a coin, not a medal.
Is it a coin?
Yes, because gold medals given out or I don't even think it's real gold. It
They
might
come
be
with
gold.
ribbons, right?
Yeah, gold plated. I think they are. I don't think they're actually gold, solid gold.
Well, then explain why John Collins Buck's got like Olympic medal in his hunt, and then there's this. Like, he's clearly trying to replicate shit.
I think what I could be mistaken, but I think what you're looking at is a gold coin. It's solid gold or 99.9%. It's a gold Olympic commemorative coin.
I can see that commemorative coin. There's another Austria coin. There's a ring. What in the hell? Oh, wait. That's actually important. Wait, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Gold nugget pendant. So this gold nugget, it had a bead from the shaman bracelet. The silver bracelet, fence bracelet.
Right.
How does that add up? Okay, what the fuck? Where are the fucking counterfeit coins? I'm seeing like triple at this point. What the fuck? That's gold flakes. What in the hellfire? Just keeps going. It's like the Energizer Bunny. It just never stops. I, ugh, my eyeball hurts. I don't know if I'll be able to get to one of the other coins, and I'm trying to cross-reference it, and it's not popping up in articles, and it's really annoying.
Put a pin in it for another date.
I am. My eyeballs are like fucking so heavy right now. I'm seeing double golden eagles, right? Double eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me jump on to the land of YouTube real fast. Let's see who's suffering with us. Oh, Trust is still in here and Moisturize, and I have Jay. I know Jay's going to sleep too. Yeah, let's call it straight. I'm seeing doubles.
Yeah, I'm good, man. It's been a pleasure. Keep looking up.
Okay. I'll talk to you probably tomorrow. Knowing you, you're probably gonna be live tomorrow. Just send me the link when you're ready.
Got it. Until then.
Good night.